God's going to put a cancer in the butthole. God's going to put a cancer in the butthole of every sodomite. Every sodomite's butthole will get cancer in the butthole. It'll burn and burn and burn. They won't be able to sit down because of the burning in their butthole. He can't sit down. He's got a burning in his butthole. He's got a fire. He's got a flame coming out of his butthole. God's going to have a flame coming out of your butthole. You're going to have a flame coming out of your butthole. If you thought that AIDS was bad, you ain't seen nothing yet until you see the flaming butthole. Your butthole will be flaming and you will not be able to sit down until you have a flame coming out of your butthole. And there'll be people walking around all over America with flames coming out of their butthole. And everyone who takes it up the rear, everyone who has a penis injected in his butthole, when that penis comes out, the flame will start burning because ain't nobody gonna stick no penis in that flame. That flame will be an eternal flame coming out of the butthole of every sodomite. Flame coming out of the butthole, flame coming out of your butt. That man pulls that penis out of you, a flame is gonna come out, and nobody will ever stick a penis in your butthole again because it will be on fire. You ain't seen nothing till you see the flame coming out of T.D. Jake's butt. Lightning bug got a flame coming out of his butt and all flames shooting out of their behinds. You're going to see the power of God. Flame of fire is going to come out their buttholes. We'll have a flame coming out of their butt. You women have a flame coming out of your vagina. You're going to have a flame shooting out of your vagina. And amen.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like, fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side daddy shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got you clapped with the big 4-5. Your bitch nigga. If you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well, fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. Ski mask with the K, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. Ski mask with the K, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
Here we go. All right, y'all. Ooh, y'all heard pasta in the brain. Well, first let me take care of business first. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Thank you, Brother Eric, for letting us use this music. Shout out to you, my brother. Y'all hearing me okay? I'm looking at the levels. The levels look okay. All right, so yeah, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Better known as 16 of Life, better known as Chill, letting us use this music, man. Good brother, man. Good brother. Going over there, check him out at 16 of Life. Got a lot of funny stories, a lot of merch, a lot of music, and and Brother Eric is independent contractor, man. He's for sale, man. You know what I mean? If you need something, need some music, you need some hookup or something, need a speaker. He's a real good speaker. You can hire him as a speaker, man. Come talk to kids in your neighborhood. Better than this clown, Charleston White, right? We got Charleston White out there talking to young men, and we got other men out here going off like Biz Markie, right? They're going off like Biz Markie, man. If they talk about, I'm talking to kids. You disagreed with me. But I'm gonna be out talking to your kids. Ay, 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 man. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, man. But hi, Brother Eric, man. Brother Eric is a good dude, man. Did 24 years down there, up here in California, man, in the penal system, man. He was supposed to do life, man. They changed some laws around, man. So because he was, had a good record, behind the scenes, the door was open for him. So, man, he took advantage of it, man. You know what I mean? And he started studying his little pamphlets on how to talk to the parole board. And first swing didn't go so good, but the second swing, he came home, man. So the dude ain't dumb, man. He's very smart, very intelligent guy. But we all make mistakes, man. Ain't none of us perfect, right? But Brother Eric's good dude, man. You sit down and talk to him for about 10 minutes, you'll be like, oh, yeah, this dude's very solid cat, man. Anyway, go over there, check him out, 16 of Life, the YouTube page, man. All right, that's Brother Eric. I'm going to pull him down. Whoa. Man, y'all seen that clips? All these clips you got to see today, go blame Patrice. Patrice said, "Okay, Clarence, let's do another. Let's finish up with Jamal Bryant." So you gonna blame Patrice? You're mad at me. I was like, "Oh man, Patrice." I said, "Okay, let's do it." Let's do it. All right, so today we're going to talk about, y'all see the title, man. Today we're going to talk about, well, first of all, we're going to look at how the church views homosexuality, right? Because some people have a different view, some people, but we're going to look at how the church typically, I wouldn't say just the church, I would say basically all three of the Abrahamic faiths, the way they kind of look at, church just more on the spotlight, but the mosque and the temple is pretty much the same. They pretty much have the same viewpoint. Now, the question is, how do they deal with the people? How do they actually deal with the physical people? Now, those things might vary, but they pretty much have the same vision and viewpoint of it, right? Stop it, Patrice. Stop it, Patrice. All right, but let's check everybody in, man. Oh, and then we're going to talk about, oh, man, our favorite character is said that he was glad about slavery. Slavery was good for black people, right? We're going to talk about that. Was slavery good for black people, right? You're not in Africa with a bone in your nose, right? You ain't out in Africa, what they used to call you African booty scratcher, right? You ain't out there scratching your booty out in Africa, right? Maybe slavery was okay. Maybe slavery was good for you, right? Remember Roots when they had him on the ship? And one of the white dudes on the ship said, "Hey, man, we doing a good thing, right?" The captain of the ship was like, "I don't know, man. This don't seem too good to me, man. Maybe I should have took this blood money." And the dude that was supposed to be over the slaves, he said, "Man, you doing a good thing. You taking them away from that heathen island they got over there, and you giving them a good Christian home." So maybe slavery, let's talk about it, y'all. Maybe slavery was a good thing. Maybe it was good for us to come over here and go through those atrocities, right? But anyway, definitely Charleston White says, yeah, it was a thumbs up, right? Another classic from Charleston White, right? Besides the threatening to molest children, besides wishing that people would get molested, besides wishing death on Asian children, besides saying that he's with the Klan, besides all that, hey, besides threatening to ARP prepubescent girls, besides all that, now he says that slavery was a good thing. So we're gonna get into that as well, y'all. We got a big show today. We're gonna be strong, maybe not too long. I don't know. We'll see. Depends on what's going on. But first, let's check everybody in, y'all. Let's check everybody in, man. Everybody who showed up. Who showed up strong today. Let's check everybody in. First, we got Sister Annie in the building. Excuse me. What is going on up here? Wait 1 hot minute, Brother Clan. Wait a minute. Excuse me. What is going on? Well, we're gonna find out, Sister Annie. We're gonna find out what's happening, what's going on. We're gonna talk about it, right? We got to find out is everybody okay with Jamal Bryant apologizing to the LGBT community? Was that appropriate? You know what I mean? So kind of talked about a little bit on Sunday, but we're gonna get a little more into it today. Shout out to Sister Annie, glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else in the building, man? Diamond Axe in the building. He said, "This is mad funny. Can't make this up, man." Hey, man. That pastor I've had on at first, man, Pastor Manning. And him and Geno Jennings are classics, man. You can always put some classics from their repertoire, man. And he had a classic right there, man. You know what I mean? It was I think somebody edited that together, but I mean it was from a full speech that he did, man. But but it represents the church's many times the church's position on homosexuality. And I'm going to play a clip from the good Reverend Dr. Earl Carter, man. Now, this dude, man, I mean, you talking about not pulling no punches. This dude don't pull no punches. I'm going to show you, because we have to establish why there's such a conflict with Jamal Bryant talking to the LGBT community. There's a conflict there within the church. And why is there a conflict? Because of the position of the church internally, right? They have an external position, then they have an internal position. The external position is, no on homosexuality, right? But a lot of homosexual people are in the church, right? And is that okay? Is that okay according to the church's standards, right? Well, we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. Anyway, let's finish checking everybody in. Glad to have you in the building, Dominic. Good to see you, man. I'm in the grocery store. People looking at me like crazy, man. You gotta turn the volume down, man. You gotta do like me. See, I used to do stuff like that, and I would go in with like critically drinking on, right? I would go in there with critically drinking or some other say, and somebody would say something crazy, man. Something would go left, and then I'd be like, "Oh man, I don't have my headphones." Now I know better. I carry my headphones with me, man. Shout out to you, Dominic. Who else is up? Who else in the building, man? What about Von Bryant? Von Bryant's in the house, man. That's who you need if you need to raise some money, Von Bryant, man. Von Bryant will help you get that money, man. Who else? Who else is in the building, man? Shout out to you, Von. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Who else is in the building? Who else in the building? I think I checked. Is that everybody I checked in? No. We got Brother Anderson the Great. He said we black again. We always black again, Brother Anderson. That's my other Taurus brother. Sister Annie is my Taurus sister. Brother Anderson's my Taurus brother. Y'all, you don't know I leave them Tauruses alone, man. Shout out to Brother Anderson. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Yeah, Brother Anderson, man. I leave Brother Anderson alone, man. But Brother Anderson came up on the stage one day, man. Shout out to Brother Anderson, man. Good dude, man. Good dude. Shout out to you, brother. Glad to have you in the building. Who else in the building? OG Patrice. You know what, y'all? Sometimes I got to tell OG Patrice, I work for the white man now. I can't just watch all these videos, man. Patrice will send you like a bunch of videos, right? Like, Patrice, can't watch all these videos, man. I'm working for the white man. I might crash. No, I need that because sometimes I don't have I have like 3 different ideas going, and I need somebody to send me something. So I say, okay, this is actually a better idea. So that's what happened when Patrice sent me this thing about Jamal Bryant. So I said, that's a better idea. Let me go with that. Okay. So Patrice is in the building. Shout out to Patrice. She'll be up here, I'm sure, when we get rolling about the passes. Who else in the building? Big Rich Slaps. What's happening with you, man? Big Rick Slaps. Shout out to the Bay, man. Who else is out there, man? Who else is there? Who else out there? Let's see. I think I got my sister Don Frank is in the building, man. Shout out to Don Frank. And those of y'all that ever cash at me, man, if you ever cash at me, the lady that made that possible or talked me into doing that is Don Frank, man. Don Frank said, proceed, man, put your stuff up there. I said, but Don Frank, I don't ask for no money and nothing like that. She said, don't worry about it, man. You might not get, you probably ain't gonna get it, but at least you got this thing out there. And sometimes we get she explained to me that sometimes people get in the spirit and they say, man, you know what? That brother's trying to do something, man. Hey, let me put a little something behind him. Right? So she's the one that told me to put that up there, man, convinced me to do that. So shout out to Don Frank, man. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Good to see you. Don said, I'm damn near perfect. Well, we need to follow you. We need to come over your house and sit down and watch you walk around the house with Don so we can learn how to get there. Shout out to Don Frank. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else is in the building? Black Man Unfiltered in the building, man. I was over on Black Man Unfiltered, but I stayed on the porch. But I was over on Mandrell and Shushu show last night. We had a good time, man. It was all love, man. It's all good. All good, Black Man. Good to see you, man. Who else is in the building? I think that's everybody wants to get checked in right now. We'll see who else stops by. But shout out to everybody, man. And thank you for the invite, Black Man Unfiltered, man. I appreciate it, man. I'm kind of glad I got there late because I saw when things kind of got a little left-handed. but shout out to the Black Man. Shout out to the whole BMU crew, man. Shout out to them dudes, man. Because sometimes it's on when it's on. Like Ice Cube said, man, when it's on, it's on. Oh, man. All right, y'all. Oh, by the way, if you haven't already subscribed to Black Man Unfiltered, man, get on over there and check the brother out, man. Good brother. You know what I'm saying? He don't always agree with me, man, but he's a good brother, man. But we don't get all bent out of shape. Oh, you don't agree with me? We don't get all bent out of shape, man. It's all love. All right. So anyway, What we doing now? Oh, I know. So let's get right to work, y'all. Let's get to work. How does the church feel about homosexuality? I mean, the church, not the church, the church. How does the church feel about homosexuality, huh? Because we got to establish that so that we can establish why they're having such an issue with Brother Jamal Bryant, right? Reaching out to the LGBTQ community, right? Some people say he's doing it for money. Some people say he's doing it for clout. Some people say he's doing this for that or whatever, right? Let's this is oh man, this is hey man, those of y'all, some of y'all, this is gonna be hard to handle. Let me tell you right now, man, you might want to put the kids in another room because this is gonna be, this is a gut punch right here, man. Dr. Earl Carter, he ain't finna pull no punches, man. He ain't finna pull no punches. So well, let's see what the church thinks about homosexuality.
For all these homosexuals just walking around here with your pocketbooks, with your tight pants and your bow tie, and you're walking like a girl, you need deliverance. I'm going to tell you why you're not delivered. And I'm going to tell you what's wrong with you. Walking around here looking like a sissy. And they don't want nobody to say nothing about you. I'm going to say something about you. You're perverted and you're lost.
Ouch. Ouch. The good Reverend Dr. Earl Carter said you perverted and you lost. Now, I think this is pretty much the this is the church line, right? It's pretty much the church line, right? Where they said, hey man, you out of pocket practicing homosexuality in any form. You out of pocket, right? So I'm just saying, we're establishing that the church, why do they have such a problem with Jamal Bryant reaching out? This is their position. Many times, not every church. I'm gonna say every church feels this way, every mosque, every temple. I'm not saying all of them feel this way, but for the most part, this is the line.
There is no anachronosis. Walking like a woman. You're a hybrid conundrum. You're confusing. And I blame some of these preachers. You got the sissies up there doing praise and worship. You know what that is? That is insidious preaching. That means sit there till something hits you by some kind of ambush. And I'm going to show you where even the priesthood was fired. In the book of Hosea, he said, I'm going to fire you because you stumbling in the night, and the people stumbling in the day, and my people are destroyed because of lack of knowledge. You are a cheap preacher. They can just pay you a car and some suits and alligator shoes. You'll be just like Ray Charles and your assistant pastor Stevie Wonder. You don't want to see nothing. But all you want is toys. You are a Toys R Us preacher. You're an avuncular preacher. You are the candy man. Because the candy man makes the world taste good. You make
remember that? Remember that song? The candy man makes the world taste good. Oh man. Hey man, the good Reverend Doctor, man, he going in. He going in. like Vaughn said, man, hey. I think he got in trouble for this, but Vaughn, what really got him in trouble was this. He went after Charles Blake, man. I mean, he went after West Angeles and Charles Blake, man, and he was cooking them. He was cooking them. And the cold part about a lot of the stuff he was saying, man, is that they couldn't deny it. They just was trying to get rid of him. It was crazy, man. It was crazy, man. I mean, it was, he was the only one that was saying it. You know what I mean? Everybody else was just like looking the other way. But this dude was saying it, man, but he got thrown out of a lot of places. This is not the only thing he got thrown out of. I think he got thrown out of Church of God of Christ convention. They scooped him up and pushed him out the door, right? The Candy Man. I think it was Sammy Davis Jr. had that song, right? The Candy Man, right? Who can make a sunrise? The Candy Man can. I think it was Sammy Davis Jr. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Vaughn. I think. Am I right, Vaughn? Was it Sammy Davis Jr.? I think it was Sammy Davis Jr. Right? I think that was him. I could be wrong. Y'all let me know. Shout out to John Leadworth. He said, "What is the slave boy talking about?" All right, we're gonna let that one slide, John. We're gonna let that one slide. Ooh, Patrice, what you talking about? It was Sammy Davis Jr., right? Yeah, you guys know. I'm pretty sure it was Sammy Davis Jr. All right, we're gonna get back to Pastor Carter, Bishop Carter, who got himself thrown out of the Church of God in Christ organization. He got thrown out of his church. He got thrown out of Church of God in Christ. He got thrown out. And when they threw him out, that's when he really started going after him, man. He really started going after him, man. He started bringing out these people that said that, these pastors was touching all on him, man. I mean, he really went in on these people, man. But they successfully covered him up, man. They kind of got rid of him. Shout out to Risa Neal. Glad to have you in the building, sis. All right, now we got our resident sniper here, man. So if you're in the chat, if you even think that you're going to be out here playing games, man, now we got our sniper here. So you might be gone before you even thought about it, man. Before you even could double think about it. All right, so let's get back to Earl Carter. Earl Carter is telling us how he's showing us what the line was. Rather, it was at a certain point. I think it kind of. I don't know. I'm not in the church, so let me stop talking for the church. This was at one point. This was the line. The church. This was the line, but nobody was saying it. It was kind of like the military, right? Don't ask, don't tell type of situation, right? We see it, but we don't see it, right? Right. So Earl Carter said, "Hey, I'm just gonna tell it," right? Anyway, so we're gonna listen to Pastor Carter and let him finish up.
Make the world taste good. How much is the preacher in the window? Just give him some tithes. Yes, sir. Buy him a car. You're cheap. You're cheap. You won't tell him the truth because you want the numbers. You know who you are? You are Bishop Nimrod, that's pastoring a Babylonian church with a Walmart marketing system that cut the price to keep the people coming. You know that boy is a sissy. And listen, the Bible says the wicked struts when the violence of men are promoted. Wow. When they see sisters up here leading praise and worship, they say it's all right. You just gave them a license to sin. And God gonna get you. Fumas is coming with your diaphanous cheap self. That's it. That's good. All you want is a suit and some alligators. You're cheap. Right. Paul said, having all
but possessing all but got nothing? What about kenosis? What about denying accolades? And what about denying honor and prestige and be like Jesus? Jesus gonna get you.
All right, that's Brother Earl Carter, and he was pushing the church line, right? Right, pretty much most of the, I would say, all three of the Abrahamic faiths, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, they pretty much hold that same position, right? That homosexuality is wrong, or there's going to be some retribution for practicing that lifestyle, whatever, right? So now, fast forward to today, Jamal Bryant has taken the liberty of stepping out and apologizing for the church for their position on homosexuality, right? So let's listen to his apology. Hope y'all are doing well, man. Hope y'all are doing good. I didn't even ask y'all, man. I hope y'all are doing well. Vaughn said, now that is what you call flat-footed. Oh, you ain't heard nothing, man. This Dr. Carter, man. I mean, Earl Carter, man. He is, woo. That was mild compared to some of the stuff he done said, man. That was mild. I mean, man, this dude can go in when he wants to. And don't even get him started on Bishop Blake, man. Don't even get him started on Blake, man. Ooh, Charles Blake. Oh, my God, man. Ooh, he just go in on Charles Blake. But anyway, let's do this, y'all. Let's do this. Let's bring up Jamal Bryant, and let's hear his apology to the LGBT community.
I am here because the Black church owes this community an apology. And I wanted to come tonight, not just as pastor of New Birth. I wanted to come for the pastors who have hurt you. I am here.
Okay, I got the extended version, but basically, yeah, thank you, Vaughn. I should have put that up there. Basically, Jamal Bryant is saying that the church, he's apologizing for the Black church for how they've treated the alphabet community. Right? Now we heard Pastor Earl, right? We heard the good Reverend Doctor. Right? What do y'all think? Now, my question to y'all is, should the church reach out to the alphabet community? And if so, is there an approved way to reach out to them? Is there an approved way to minister to them? Right? Is there an unapproved way? What's the right way to reach out to the alphabet community? What's the wrong way to reach out to the alphabet community? I wish I had somebody from the alphabet community up here so they could talk about this situation from their perspective. But I don't really know anybody, especially online, from the alphabet community, right? Not like that. I mean, I know people in the alphabet community, but I mean, I don't know them well enough to say, hey, come on the show. I don't know anybody like that well, right? Because some people don't want to put their business out. You don't know them like that. They don't want to put their business out there, right? So, but I say that the church should reach out to the alphabet community. Let me tell you about how I feel about it. I feel like the church or all the faith groups should reach out to the alphabet community. Whether they agree with their lifestyle or wrong, right? That's the whole point. That's the whole point of these faiths, right? is to reach out to people that are unaware or have backslid off of them, right? That's the whole point, right? I mean, that's the reason why you ask somebody like, if we don't need to reach out to nobody, what do you send Jesus for? Why did this man sacrifice himself if we're not trying to get people out of the mess they're in and change them into a new life? I mean, just a question. Should the church reach out? Patrice.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly well now.
How
It's
you doing, Bob?
another fine mess you got me into, girl. Another fine mess. Now
I was
we in.
getting ready to say, I don't know, you might catch some heat from, said communities
All
on
right.
this subject, but I think it's okay to have conversations. I think
Of course.
if we don't have conversations, and it's not going to be any disrespect to nobody, right? But
Of course.
I believe that a open conversation can be had.
Of
Do you not
course.
agree with that? Oh,
By reasonable people, yeah, of course.
absolutely. Of course. Yeah. We're all reasonable people,
Yeah, most of us.
for the most part. Exactly. For the most part.
All right, girl. So here we are, right? And
Mhm.
Jamal Bryant is apologizing to the LGBT community. Now, in your opinion, why is there such a pushback on him doing something like that?
I think it's a pushback on him because, first of all, they're probably looking at him as one of the biggest hypocritical pastors there is of our day today, 2023. I also think they're pushing back on him because I think that if Jamal Bryant feels that he needs to make an apology, I think that that apology need to be based on individual basis. I don't think that he should be a spokesperson for the entire black church,
Agreed.
or certain black churches, right? Like, in my humble opinion, I'm just going to say this. This is my humble opinion and views. Like, we know that all black leaders don't speak for us, all black pastors, all black whatever, don't speak for us if we don't agree with their narratives, if we think that they're being hypocritical, if we think they crooks or crooked. So, my stance would be just these views that I would think that Jamal Bryant probably would need to, apologize from a perspective from his views and his church and his belief or wherever it is that he feel the need to apologize to them for more individualism than anything than as a whole. Now, if other pastors or preachers that preach against homosexuality or whatever feel like they did wrong to said community and feel the need, if God put it up on their hearts, to apologize, then that's cool to do so. But there are some 10 toes down pastors in black churches that don't rock with that, and they stand on that, and they stand on that based on what their perception and narrative of the word says about their lifestyle. So they stand on that, and they don't feel they owe an apology. So that's the reason why I said what I said about I feel he needs to apologize, maybe on an individual basis or on his own church, basis, or his own narrative, and not try to put the whole black church in that. That's why I believe he's getting some pushback. And also, I believe that a lot of the pastors do believe that there is a hidden agenda for the reason why he's doing that. So I believe those are the three top things as to why certain churches and pastors are giving him a lot of pushback at this day and time.
Yeah. So now, because see, here's the thing that I'm having trouble to try to push together is that they are, if the church is supposed to be, I mean, that's what they're supposed to be doing, is reaching out to people, right?
Hmm.
It's supposed to be reaching out to people that are quote unquote not living exactly by the codes of conduct given, by God, or by this particular faith or whatever, right?
Right.
You're supposed to be reaching out to those people to try to get them, right? The word gospel means good news, right? You're supposed to give them the good news. Hey, man, you know, you don't have to stay this way. Like the old way was your bloodline, you are this ite or that ite or this ite. You was just, subject to just being pushed out of being considered worthy of God's love, right? But now it's a point where that's not the issue. The issue is whether you practicing the tenets of the said religion, right? So if I'm homosexual but I'm practicing all of the tenets of the religion, except for I got this issue with homosexuality that I'm dealing with, or I'm embracing, or whatever the case may be, can they still have a place in the church? Can you still have a place in the church while still dealing with this information? Because I'm getting confused.
I think that they can have a place in the church for the churches that will accept them.
Okay.
That's what I think. Now, I think that there's like two perspectives, right? Like the intention to me that I'm getting from Jamal Bryant, seeming of his history and everything, that there's a hidden agenda. I'm thinking that he's doing it with the mindset of, I want to apologize because you have a right, to live your life this way, and I'm being accepting, and I'm being of it, and I'm saying that it's acceptable, right? Even, as a pastor, and even in God's eye, right? And then there's the other side of the spectrum where there is pastors and churches is saying, now I will talk with you, I will pray with you and for you, but this is what my narrative and words and belief and what the word means to me, as to say that you have to come out of that. It's the same way as they would pray for, talk to someone that has committed adultery, fornication, or in any of those other sins, right? Like, it's, I will try to help you as a fellow brethren or sisterin of Christianity, but my beliefs, my standards, my morals, my values, everything that I stand on and believe according to this word is saying that this lifestyle is wrong. So you can't continue to do this, not according to my church, the way I teach, my standards, my narrative. That's the other perspective, right? Like I and then you just got some churches and pastors that just don't deal with it at all. Like they don't even deal with it, right?
Yeah,
So
right.
so there's different perspectives, right? So it depends on the agenda and angle of where Pastor Jamal Bryant 2.0 is coming from. And I honestly really believe that he's getting behind this protected class of community for uh monetary reasons, for to be, you know, accepted into this community now, because that's more of an outpour of support he'll have behind him, more believers that he have behind him, that now he's, some kind of way have that community believing that he believes that he accepts what that lifestyle that they're living, if
Now,
that
see,
makes
that's
sense.
the thing. Did you ever hear him say that, Patrice?
Before, that was not his stance, and he even said that in some earlier interviews, and he even said how he had treated some of those people from that community. And don't get me wrong, everybody's, everybody has a right to change their mind. But
Mhm.
my thinking and my opinion and view on it is that I absolutely just believe he's doing it for, and he has a hidden agenda behind what he's doing.
Okay.
Just looking at his history and his track record,
Okay.
the way he likes to get his shine, the way he likes to come up, seeing that he has been ousted by certain churches and pastors, right? That he
Mhm.
wants to be in the fold of, meaning the prosperity preachers. He wants to get as big like the TD Jakes. He wants to get big like,
Mhm.
all of Creflo's Dollars and the Kenneth Copelands and and what's the white guy name over there in Texas,
Joel
uh,
Osteen.
Joel Osteen and them. Yeah, you see that's his angle, right?
Okay.
So if you get, if you get the LGBTQIA plus community behind you, that's a lot of congregation of people that's in that community that they have branched off and formed their own churches and ministries, and they teach and believe their morals and values and opinions are according to how they want them to be, according to the lifestyle they live, right? And that's the reason why they have had to separate themselves from the other side of the church that's saying no, we won't accept this because that lifestyle, biblically, according to my principles, my values, my morals, says wrong, right? So we
Right.
know that. So you go from that to this now, and you just gonna say it's just because you want to apologize. I don't know. If I would believe it more so of him seeing it not be who he is and the track record that he has,
Mhm.
I would believe it more so if it was somebody else that didn't have the nefarious track record that Jamal Bryant had. Everything he has ever done basically has been with a hidden agenda behind it. So
Okay.
that's the reason why I say that those three main things I think is the reason why he is deciding to feel like he has to speak for the black church, and he has no right to do that as a whole. He need to do that from an individual basis, from his own perspective, from his own church, you know. So yeah, that's my take on it. If that makes sense, does that make sense? What I say?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I just don't, what I mean, I guess I'm trying to get down to the brass tacks of, can a homosexual person be accepted in the church while at the same time working with their struggling with that, or if they're not struggling, say they're embracing it, right? They say, hey, this is me, this is what I'm doing, but I pay my tithes, I pray, I ask God for forgiveness, I do everything else, but this is my issue. This is just my issue. I'm embracing it, and whatever, right? My thing is, can that person still come into the church? Because from the way Pastor Carter was preaching,
Hmm.
it was like, no, you got to get out, right?
Well, he is that other side that I was speaking on, right? He's the
Mm-hmm.
other side of that. He is the boots on the ground, steadfast, hardcore. Like, no, he's that type of preacher where Jamal Bryant was that type of preacher. Now he's saying, oh, I changed my mind and I'm gonna go over here and apologize for some of the wrong things I said and done and how I treated that community. But why? Like the underlining, and because of him being a pastor in Christianity, and the people from that community is Christians. What are they supposed to do? They supposed to forgive their
Yeah,
their brethren, right? So,
right.
and that's what they did. They said, "Oh, we forgive you for some of the nasty things you said, how you treated some of us, and things you preached on in the past, right?" So they're we very forgiving and accepting anyway as
Yes,
a
we
people.
are, man, to
Like
a
we,
fault.
yeah, to a fault, sometimes to our own detriment, right? but
Yeah.
but absolutely, um he has a right to change his mind, his perspective, Nothing wrong with that. I'm just, for me, I think it's the motive behind why he's doing it. We
Okay.
all know that as a protected class of community, that is well, they're well diverse, they're highly political, and they
Yeah, they seen our mistakes and they they
exact
took our mistakes
exact
and they tweaked
listen
them.
listen and I ain't hating on that part, because man,
Right.
they took their resources and funding behind the politician that they wanted to get their themselves protected from, right? So I ain't hating on that at all. I feel like as a people, period, especially as black people, we needed to do the same thing,
Right.
right? I told you, when I worked the Obama case, I saw where a lot of the money was coming from, and then next thing I know, I looked up and they have policies and things to protect them. I ain't mad at them for that at
Right.
all.
Right.
So, but when you look at now how society as a whole is looking at the opportunities because of and the privilege that comes with that, I think that for me is the part of the hidden agenda why PASA, Jamal Bryant 2.0, is kind of going over to that side now. That's just me personally,
You don't think
you
that
know.
might, well, Patrice, you don't think it might have been that he may have come in contact with more people from that community and heard their stories, and then maybe was swayed or persuaded to think about it from a different perspective. You know what I'm saying? A little more maturity may have come, or it's
Mhm.
just the money.
I'm pretty sure that there have been people from that community that he's been in the rooms with, have conversations with. Oh yeah, I'm sure that that's a part of it. I'm pretty sure that's a part of it. But being in um, religion now is more about politics, and
Yeah.
it's more about cliques. It's more about who you rock with, right?
Yeah.
So as far as getting things you want and getting to the height of your pastoral um, hierarchy, if you will, that's what, to me, organized religion is more about now. It's not more about saving souls. To me, it really is more about the political side of it, the clique side of it, and the people that put the funding behind a lot of things. And that community, when you are on their side, they rock with you rock solid. That's what, and honestly, I'm a little bit jealous about that, because, like I said, they get stuff done for them
Right.
by doing just that, by sticking together as for the most part, as a community,
Right.
and getting things done to protect them. So yeah, I think and I think he's a bit of an opportunist too, and he see that opportunity going to that community. I honestly, I'm just being honest. That's my opinion on it. I think he see an opportunity and a window open for him to elevate himself by embracing that community.
You think he's gonna blow up by getting the clout off of embracing them, or that's what he's
He,
trying to do?
I think that's what he's trying to do. I'm not sure if it's going to happen, but I think that's a part of the hidden agenda for him. Again, looking at his track record, he's always been the opportunist to fit himself into places and air and around in spaces where he has constantly been able to elevate himself by taking advantage of those things. And the LGBTQIA plus community is such a large, vast a community with resources, with funding. And if you rock with them and get with them and believe in what they believe in, they go hard for theirs. They go wholeheartedly. Like I said, that's one of the things that I admire about that community, because I wish Black people as a whole could do that, because we get more shit done for us and we be able to elevate more. But we so separate and unorganized and don't have enough unity and things of that nature. So
Yeah.
because a lot of them don't look at themselves, especially in the Black and people of color community, they don't look at themselves as being Black or people of color first. They look at themselves as being from their community first.
Yeah.
it shows. It shows in the line of work, how they move and how that community is when it comes to sticking together and getting things done on their behalf. And again, like I said, I ain't hating. I'm not hating on that at all, because if we had that type of mindset and with the money that we spend on other things, imagine what we could get done. So, but every now and then, people come along in our lives and in our communities, like some of these fake false leaders. Pastors ain't no different. It's fake false pastors every day. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. So I just believe that he's an opportunist, and he's taking this opportunity to do that. That's just my personal opinion.
All right, let's leave him alone. Let's put Jamal Bryant to the side. Should the church reach out? Should the church reach out to the alphabet community?
Bro Clarence, I believe that anybody that want to reach out to the LGBTQIA plus community have the right to do that, right? Like, if you feel like you as a person, or you as a community, or you as a church, or you as an organization want to reach out and feel like you owe them an apology for whatever, then I feel it's your prerogative to do that. But I know that there are some churches, organizations that stand solid on their beliefs on the other side of the coin, and they don't feel like they owe them an apology based off of their beliefs and their values and their morals. So so that's why I say he shouldn't speak for everybody in the Black community, because everybody in the Black community don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, absolutely. But yeah, anybody that feel like you could be a person that do not believe in the lifestyle, right? But you have never caused them any harm. You have never said or done anything bad to that community or caused anyone from that community any harm. Doesn't mean you so why would you owe them apology? You know what I'm saying? When you apologize to someone, it's because you have done something to cause that person harm, or you know what I mean? You've done wrong, you've done something foul, out of pocket, something disingenuous or whatever, then yeah, that's with anything and anybody, right? And I'm pretty sure that there are people in the world that have done that to that community. I'm sure, because people have done that to us because we're Black, right? So, I couldn't sit up here as a Black woman that's heterosexual and say, I want to apologize to all of the LGBTQIA plus community for any harm that we Black heterosexual women have caused you, because I know every Black heterosexual woman hasn't caused that community any harm, right? If I did something, then I could say that on my behalf,
right? But
not on for every. I can't speak in that form for every Black heterosexual woman in the world, because that's just not realistic, and it's not necessarily true. What I wish the most from us is that we could get a better understanding from that community and have better relations from that community when it comes to just unity in general, right? Just unity in general, right? Because I think that a lot of, not all, let me be clear, I think that a lot of people from that community think that just because we may not agree with the lifestyle, that means we're homophobic or homophobia, or we hate them.
That is an issue there.
And that for me is the conversation I would like to have with someone that comes to that community, because it's not, because I got people in my family that I love and will go stand on the front lines and go to war and for shed blood for, but they know how I feel, my own personal views on that, right? But that don't mean I don't love them. They my family. I love them. They my blood. You know what I mean? But they may not agree with something I do in my life. You see what I'm saying? So I think that these are the conversations that we need to have, because you can totally not like something somebody do, but doesn't take away from the love you may have for them. You know, and that's where I think the conversation, the opinions and views get convoluted with people. I think from that community, they think that if someone doesn't agree with the lifestyle, that means they straight up just hate them and homophobic, da da da. And I think that I think sometimes our thinking can be biased too, because there are some people that are heterosexuals that absolutely feel that way about them, but it's not all people.
Right.
So without having these type of open conversations and dialogue, that's why there's such a divide. That's why they kind of stay over there, you know, and rock over there, and then, you know, we rock over here. But because we don't have these type of conversations, is a big problem in our community as a whole.
Right.
Well, hold on, Diamond. Let me just say this real quick, and I'll let you rock. I noticed that about us as Black people. Like, if this is the only place that I see that it doesn't really happen that much, but I see it happen in a lot of other places where if you question another Black person, they will take that questioning of their opinion as disrespect, right? So even if it's even if you're just trying to get a better understanding of their position, right? That, to me, in my opinion, was taught to us through slavery, through a situation where you could clearly see that it is an evil situation, but you weren't supposed to say it. You were not supposed to say it out loud. You know what I mean? You were supposed to actually act like it was a good thing that was happening, right? And everybody had to act like this evil situation was a good situation just for their own survival, right? And so I think that's where we picked that up from, because we're not a lying type people. We weren't really like that till we got over here and picked up a lot of these different different ways from where we were, strange ways from where we're originally from. But that, to me, is where we get that from. And I think we need to work on that as a group, as a community. Just because somebody has a different opinion doesn't mean they hate you. They want to go to war with you, and they want to, you know, I have people right now that they'll come over here and not even acknowledge me. They'll acknowledge Rico, or they'll acknowledge this person, and they'll acknowledge these other people, but they won't say nothing to me because they pissed off at something I questioned them about, or I asked them not to do something, and they took it the whole wrong way, right? They took it way left. But okay, there's no problem with me. I'm not going to trip on that, but I'm just saying, I noticed that about us as Black people. But Diamond,
hey, how you doing?
Man, what do you?
Yeah, man. Say it again, sir.
Huh?
Well, the only thing about you know, when it comes to you know, homosexuality in the Black community, we have to understand to a certain extent that the powers that be are trying to push that on us. So
how are they pushing it on us, Diamond?
Well, they're trying to you know, in the media and all that stuff, they're marketing artists that are gay and stuff like that. So it's not that I don't have a problem with people being homosexual or whatever, if that's what they really are and they're not doing it for a fad. Because here's the thing. Being in the conscious community, there were too many, especially with the women, there were women trying to turn each other out and things like that. So those are the kind of things that I'm concerned about when it comes to people being homosexual. I don't have a problem with anybody, you know, if you're attracted to the same sex, that's what you're attracted to. But also, there's a lot of trauma, and because a lot of those women that were gay, we found out later on that they had been raped.
Yikes!
So that's something else that we have to deal with too. Is I think some of the idea of some people become homosexual because of trauma, and I can say that people in my family that were homosexual, but we find out that, yeah, when so-and-so was a little boy, he got raped. So those are the kind of things.
Wait, Diamond, you can't say art.
You gotta say great.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I am so sorry, man. But they were raped, and those are the kind of things that I'm concerned about. within the Black community. And there's an agenda to try to push more people to become homosexual in the Black community, because when you're homosexual, less children are produced. So that's the only pushback against it I would really have, is we have to, conscious people, especially those who are pro-Black and conscious, have to, create Black children to strengthen the Black nation that we're trying to build. But that's one way to look at it. As far as like anybody who's, seriously same sex, we should definitely respect them, and we should definitely, try to work with them. But in the same sense, they got to put Black first. Like, I don't want to deal with anybody who's not going to be Black first. If they ain't on no Black first stuff, I don't want to talk to them. We got to put being Black before anything else.
They're never going to do that, Diamond. Never.
Well, I think we have to really we have to be careful with them. We have to be careful. That's all I'm gonna say, because they'll try to come in and make the movement a homosexual movement instead of a Black movement. They'll try to hijack what you got, what we build, if we don't put those boundaries in place. So that's the thing I'm concerned about. It's not about them being same sex. It's about what's their intention.
Or let me explain to you why they'll never be Black first. They saw what happened to us and how we can't even agree on the right T-shirt to wear to a rally, right? They saw what happened to us, right? So they said we got to be homosexual first. There's much more power in that. Plus, they can connect with the white homosexuals as well and have much more power. If they connect with us and say we're gonna be Black first, they see that we don't know what direction we're gonna get. We many of us are, so it's like the point I was making earlier about how we think just questioning another Black person, that's showing disrespect, right? I was watching a live stream the other night, and a dude.
But I'm honestly, in a sense, can you blame them? Because we so confused.
No,
I'm just saying.
It never happened. That's why I'm saying it never happened, Patrice.
Don't make it right, but I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, if you trying to be mathematical and get stuff done, it don't make sense to connect with us when you can connect with them and get more done. But my point is this: we have this thing where we have a thing that's been taught to us to distrust each other, and we've got another thing was to never do each other good, or not never, but to not. We have to actually be retaught what we were first taught, which was to do each other good and look out for each other. A lot of us have been taught that message, and so that's the problem that we have in here. So that's the problem. Let me let you finish, brother.
Let me respond to just what you said, because you're saying the same thing, and I'm saying I'm actually working on trying to put something together to show Black people how to do that. Because what it comes down to is it comes down to self-development, and it comes down to quality of interaction. And the reason why I say quality of interaction, because when you have better interactions with other Black people, you're going to want to be around more Black people. And the problem now is we have a very poor quality of interaction, because and I can say that I've been on some other podcasts with Black people, and it's just really horrible. You're like, you and Peso Man are one of the only ones that I can even deal with, because I'm telling you, these Negroes out here are they're just very selfish, very cold. Everybody's really out to try to get a cash app. And the lack of character that Black people have is just really shameful and disgusting. It's just amazing. I mean, these people here will coon out. They'll allow whites and Arabs and anybody to talk about us, especially people that are foreigners that come over here from other Black people, like Africans and Caribbeans. Trust me, you ain't seen nothing yet. I mean, like, you go to some of these channels with some of these Caribbeans and Africans, they be bad mouthing African Americans so bad. So there's
Absolutely, they do. And you 100%, if I can interject on that, not all of them. So I want to be clear.
You're right, not all
of them. I think for the most part, let me put that disclaimer out there. When I'm speaking, I'm not talking about all as a whole. But what I'm seeing is the agenda and narrative that is being pushed that I don't care for is the stuff that they are trying to do to children. I really have a problem with that. I really have a problem with trying to push the agenda on underage children in the school system. Instead of giving the school choice, they're literally changing policies and stuff and procedures to teach underage children about that type of lifestyle that they don't even need to know about, because they don't even need to know about a heterosexual lifestyle when they
Agreed.
underage. Why are we
Agreed.
teaching certain things in schools to underage children about sex that they don't need to know about? Like at all. I'm not just talking about that lifestyle. I'm talking about any lifestyle. Like, I don't want my 12-year-old, 11-year-old going to a public school and learning about certain same-sex intercourses or even heterosexual intercourses. Like, that's not what they should be doing at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. But this is what's happening in the school system. Like, they're literally, how can they make policies and change laws in certain states to, when you send your child to school dressed as a boy, he come home dressed as a girl, or vice versa? Like, I have a problem with that. And at me as a parent, thank God I don't have no small kids in school, but I still have a problem with it, and I'm not a parent of a young child. But how in the world are you as a school upruling me as the parent to make that decision for my child, who I birthed in the world, who I'm taking care of, who lives with me, and things of that nature? That's what I have a problem with. And how can we, if I walk down the street in the middle of my street and I'm stark naked, I will get arrested for indecent proposal. But I can have my child that's underage go to a parade for said community, and they got their genitals out, or they got their derriere out, or they just like, and nothing, and it's acceptable, and it's not considered against the law. That those things right there. But you got children that are underage at these parades that is witnessing that, and some parents is apparently okay with that. Those are the things that I have a problem with. You know what I mean? So for me, it's the narratives and agendas that's being pushed on our children.
Well, let's make the distinction. Somebody taking a child to the parade, that's them being crazy in their head, taking a kid to some place like that. That's just absolutely. But the difference between that and the school system is, we're not paying the school. We're paying the bill for the school system. We're paying that bill, and so we should all agree.
As taxpayers, whether you got a child in school or not, as taxpayers, you're right.
So we should all be able to agree on how the school should be run. We should all agree on how this is going to go, right? So if we not agreed on that, then how can that be possible? Like, no one person should be able to say, you know what, we're going to bring a drag queen in. Oh, you know what, we're going to bring a sex worker in. You know what, we're going to bring a pole dancer in. No,
grade
we
school.
don't want a pole dancer. We don't want a sex worker. We don't want
any of that.
None of that in elementary school level, right? But now let me bring Vaughn into the conversation. Vaughn, are you there?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's going on, big brother?
Nothing much, man. I hear you all up here dropping gems. Thought I'd add my 2 cents in there.
That's Patrice and Diamond.
Yeah. But you know what? Much respect to everybody that's on the panel today. OG Patrice and Brother Diamond Axe. Of course, you, Brother Clarence. You know,
hey, Brother Vaughn.
So I just wanted to speak to real quick the question that you have on the banner there. Should the church reach out to the alphabet community? And you know, my answer to that would be definitely yes. You know, but it has to be done, you know, like the scripture talks about, you know, I drew you, I have drawn thee with love and kindness. With love and kindness have I drawn thee. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of times we don't draw people because we really don't have love, and kindness is out the door. You see what I'm saying? We're very quick to be very harsh when we speak to people and things like that, you know. But if the church is going to operate in its purpose, I would definitely say that of course you should reach out. You should. Why not reach out? You know, share the love of Christ. You know, share with the people that Christ loved them. He died for their sin. But now you have to, tell the truth at the same time. You see, we can't compromise the truth. You know, he loves the individual, but he hates the sin that we commit. So that's what we need to work on. Now, if we're so pretentious to the point to where we say we have no sin, then the Bible says that we are liars and truth is not in us. You see what I'm saying? So, there's a way to talk to people, and even though they may reject the message, but the message should come forth a certain way. It doesn't always have to be dogmatic. You know what I'm saying? Because we can be very dogmatic with our approach. Oh, you this and you that, you sissy this and you that, and we hurl names out and we call people, things that are offensive to them, right? Without even regarding, how it doesn't profit the message that you're giving. So, I would definitely say that the church should reach out to the LGBTQ community. You see what I'm saying? And it should be done with respect. You see what I'm saying? Consideration, and it also should be done with love. So I'll just leave that there.
Well, I want to make a comment real quick.
Okay, go ahead. Shout out to Von Eric, by the way. But go ahead, Diamond.
I wanted to speak to what the sister was saying about the schools. See, that's what I meant when I was talking about the agendas being pushed, and that's the problem that I have with it. And I don't think no kid at 8 should be saying, I'm gay, I'm this, I'm that. You're just too damn young to even know anything. Most people don't make a decision until around 15, 16, and normally they really don't embrace it until they get out of high school. So, I don't have a problem with somebody saying that, you're this and you're that, but in the same sense, if I had gay people in my family, I still would want them to dress like the same sex that they are. Like if there's a boy in the family who's gay, I want them to still dress like a man and still be a man. You know what I mean? You're just a man who like other men. I don't want you running around like you're no flamer trying to be feminine. I don't like that. And here's something I saw that's very interesting. Because they don't like masculine black men, because masculine black men, are a threat to their agenda. So I saw this video, right? This is funny. It's crazy. It was a white woman who was masculine with a black dude who was feminine. Now, I guess they probably have their correct gender parts, but she was picking him up and swinging him around like he's a little girl. He runs around dressing sashaying, and it's like he's with a white woman that's more masculine than he is. And I'm like, what kind of craziness is this? So that's why it's kind of like, for me, it's not even about, because there always was homosexuality in the world, but it was more with Europeans than black people. I mean, it happened in Africa, but it was way more with Europeans. That's a thing in Rome. Like in Greece and Rome, they having sex with each other, for fun and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
In Greece, they were saying, you only have sex with your wife when you are trying to procreate.
Yeah.
But you have sex with those men for fun, and it's real
boys. Don't forget little boys.
Yes, that's what I'm going to get to, because the irritated genie of Southeast DC, he talks about how the real agenda is to try to get pedophilia legalized. So when people are talking about all this homosexual stuff, the agenda is much deeper than that. And I live in Pittsburgh, and the irritated genie,
That'll never happen.
Well, yeah, I mean, I got you, but I'm just saying that the irritated genie came and he did a presentation about it. I'm like, damn, that makes sense. So yeah, I agree with you that the law will never happen, but I'm just saying that that's their real agenda, and people don't understand it, and that's the reason why they're.
Well, I don't know, because they got this thing. I can't think of the name of it, but you could Google it if you like put the sentence in there. There's a thing where they have a man that's or a man or a woman that's attracted to children, and they're
Adopt
literally
you.
it's called something, and they're trying to make that legal, or I'm hearing it's legal in certain parts overseas where they trying to say it is okay to be attracted to and have sex with children. It's called something. I can't think of the name of it right off the
It'll
top of
never
my
happen in
head.
America.
But I'm telling you, they saying it's legal in certain
sure.
parts
I'm sure there might be
overseas.
some places.
But
But
I know, I'm just saying,
I
I
get
wouldn't be surprised at
it.
the way things are going and the policies that are now in some of the schools in some of these states. I wouldn't be surprised if they are trying to push certain agendas
Now I agree
on
with that. I agree with that. I
that's
agree with
all I'm
that.
saying. So
I
nothing
definitely
surprised me now that happens in the United States of America, honestly, because we have turned into almost a dictatorship of government ran policies, government forcing things on us. I mean, just look at the jab, just look at the whole thing. Like these things are being forced on us now.
Well, it turned into the United States, which the white people came over here and tried to make it so it would not be like England is just like England, where the government tries to control everything. That's happening with the people, right? And the people's best interest is not what's
Diamond,
the
excuse me,
best.
Yeah.
bro, Clarence.
Yes,
Diamond,
ma'am.
mute up when you're not talking because there's a lot of noise behind you. So you mind muting up?
Oh, no problem at all. I'll mute.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Diamond. Yeah. So, it's the American government was supposed to be different than the European government. That's than the English government. That's why everybody was supposed to come over here, because you had all these freedoms to do all these different things, right? But as we see more and more and more of these freedoms, and in England, it was definitely run by an oligarchy, right? But now in America, because of the wealth gaps, you have the same thing. The oligarchy is running everything. It was, oligarchy was surrounded by the church at that time, but now it's surrounded by the banks, right? The banks are the ones that are the oligarchies now that are running everything.
Now, what is the oligarchy? What is the oligarchy? Because I'm not familiar with that word.
It's a circle of rich people. It's like the very rich people, and they pretty much are. If they want something done, they can just contribute to a elected official's campaign, and that person will do it. That's how they get stuff done.
You mean like the elites or the upper echelons?
Yes.
They call them.
Yes.
Some call them the Illuminati.
Right. Yeah, they got different names for them, but I got that off of Cornell West, the oligarchs. But they are basically the elites that are running that if they want something done, they don't have to go to they don't have to invest in a super PAC, or they can go through a super PAC, but they the ones that gave. Where do we get this $48 million from? From one person. Oh, we got it. This person wants this done. Barack, when you get in office, can you do this? Or Bush, when you get in office, can you do this? This person give you this much money. We need this law passed if you get in office. Okay, cool. Boom.
Or like that name I put in the back chat, people like them.
So in other words, you're talking about people who have clout.
Yes,
as they call it.
Definitely.
Okay, got it.
All right. So these people can influence the government officials with spending money on them. They can, like Pasa Earl Carter said, right? How much is that preacher in the window, right? How much is that political person in the window? You can pay for whatever you want if you got the money, right?
Yeah, you gotta love Earl Carter, man.
He is a very funny guy, man. That dude is
I'll tell you,
man.
I'll tell you one thing. Let's pay attention to see how Pastor Jamal Bryant 2.0 gonna be elevated since he made this stance.
Oh, and they won't
just pay attention.
Able to touch him in 10 years. None of them will be able to touch him in 10 years.
Yeah, I wanted to address that too.
Over all of them.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Vaughn.
Well, yeah, I did want to address the Jamal thing, you know, and you know, it's just unfortunate that you know, he took it upon himself to apologize for the entire church, which I think is inappropriate because he doesn't speak for, you know, all churches. He doesn't speak for all people. He doesn't speak for all Christians. You know, sometimes we think just because we're Christians that we're speaking for all Christians, and that's just not the case all the time, you know. But this whole thing of this apology, and you know, I think he should have made it more toward himself. You know, he should have pointed more toward himself, which he did do.
Right.
You know, but don't drag everybody else into that, because you know, we don't need to apologize for telling you the truth. You see what I'm saying? Now, like Brother Bolo says, the truth that is given without love becomes a weapon. And that's what we see a lot happening in the church. We are weaponizing the truth. You see what I'm saying? Which really pushes people away. You know, if I be lifted up from the earth, I'll draw all men unto me. You know, we don't have to be dogmatic. And so that's what's pushing people out. That's what's pushing people away, because there's a certain arrogance that a lot of us have when we get behind these pulpits and we talk and we speak, you know, as if we don't spray behind ourselves when we leave the restroom, right? That part right there. You know, let's be down to earth in our approach to everyone. Listen, we have all sinned, right? Come on now. Right. Let's be honest. We've all missed the mark.
Not me, Vaughn. No, I'm just playing.
Well, of course not you, Brother Clarence. But I'm just saying, you know, we have all missed the mark. We have all come short. We have all come short. But the point is recognizing that shortness. And if we sit and we pretend like, well, just because I stole the money from the bank, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say that I'm wrong for doing that. I'm gonna overlook the fact that, you know, that I just stole something. You see what I'm saying? So now I'm covering my sin. You know, that you have to call the sin a sin. You see what I'm saying?
It's sin.
Yeah, but
sin.
Listen, exactly. But how could one be changed? How could one come to a place of deliverance unless they acknowledge that they're in the wrong spot? Yeah. And some people just refuse to believe that they're in the wrong spot. And I get it. True. My job is just to say, hey, I just wanted to point that out. You know, I'm going to continue to pray for you. You know, I got much love for you. No disrespect. You know, this is just my stance on this particular matter. You know, God loves you. He loves all of us, but he doesn't love the sin that we continue to do. So let's try to work on that. Let's acknowledge it. Just like
Simon, you got to mute, bro.
Oh, okay. I know he's got a little background noise. That's okay. You know, but I'll just say this and land, you know, let's acknowledge it at least. You know, that's the best way God can work with us. You know, God, I enjoy smoking crack. I can't stop doing it right now. Lord, I need your help. See what I'm saying? We have to acknowledge where we're at that is contrary to the will of God. And when we acknowledge that, he said, if you confess your sin, then he's faithful and just to forgive you of your sin and cleanse you from all unrighteousness. But the problem is that we're covering up sin, and we don't want to call sin sin. We don't want to do that.
And I think we need to be specific because he did say the black church. So, because when you say church, you're speaking, that's a general, like you're speaking for like all, not, you know, races, and, you know, he said the black church. So maybe we need to be specific like he was, and because everybody not going to categorize themselves as black, you know.
Well,
so
he knew
I know
better than to speak for the white church. He knew better.
Exactly. Of course he did. He know he would get, he definitely would get, oh my God, he would get a whole lot of pushback from that, you know. Exactly. So that's why, we need to be specific too, because he was speaking to, you know, saying to the black church and speaking on behalf of the black church. So I think, because like your question is, should the church reach out? I think it should be, should the black church reach out to the alphabet community?
Well, I'm thinking right. Period, but you're right. The black church, definitely. Let me change that.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment real quick. I think the Black church should reach out to the alphabet community, but just like what the other brother had said down here, I guess I think Brian's your name, sir. Yeah, he had made the comment that they have to tell the truth and be clear about the position that the church holds, and I think that's of most importance is you gotta tell the truth, be honest. I think they should be able to come to church, but we can't, they can't be directing the choir, they can't be ushers or hold any position of authority until they, straighten up and decide not to be homosexual no more, if they can be delivered from that, since we're talking in a church way of, doing things.
Okay, Diamond, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Right now in the church, you got a deacon sitting there right now. Yes,
Mhm.
Lord, yes, Lord. He's bopping about 4 different women in the church. Should we?
That's definitely. Now here's the thing. Now in Christianity, because I was in church at one point when I was in my early 20s, and I can say, it was very hard for me because I had a girlfriend, and it was like I just couldn't stay up out of that, man. And I really felt bad about it because I wanted to go ahead and get married, but there was no way I could have been no preacher. I would have had to marry the woman that I was with, or don't do it. I didn't even feel right going to church because they talk about fornication. I go home and have sex with my girlfriend. Even though she's my girlfriend, and I planned on marrying her, but still, it's kind of like I broke the law, because the law of Christianity is no sex before marriage. So if you're a deacon and you're going with 4 girls in the congregation, then hell yeah, you should be pulled down. You should be in serious trouble. But the problem is we don't do that, huh?
What about one girl?
Absolutely. You got to be married. See, the thing about it is, if you're just going to church as a regular member like I was, then when they find out that they need to encourage you to get married, because the law is the law. It's not always easy to follow, but the law is the law. The law in Christianity, and that's why I didn't become. I was going to become Muslim at one point, but there was like 20 dudes and like 3 girls. So I'm like, damn, there's not much here to choose from. Because that means if I became Muslim, I would have had to go find somebody outside the mosque to try to convince her to become Muslim, and that might not have been so easy with some of those young women, because a lot of them wanted to turn up. To convince them to just want to be in a relationship was hard enough. So just trying to get them to be your girlfriend instead of, because they wanted to be friends with benefits, just trying to get them to be your girlfriend was hard enough. So I couldn't imagine trying to convince someone to be Muslim, because in Islam, parts I was told, one guy said that there is no dating, there is no fooling around. It's fiance or nothing at all. And there's certain channels you got to go through in that mosque. You're supposed to talk to people, make sure the 2 of you are all right. And then once they decide to
go, that's the way it's supposed to go.
Right. And the thing about
every now and then in the mosque as well.
Right. Yeah. Right. We all make mistakes, but I'm just saying that I didn't want to join Islam because I knew that I wasn't going to be able to uphold the vows of it. Because I was, I was in the conscious community and I was dealing with a woman. I had a girlfriend. There was some older women, and I'm married now for like 15 years. But I'm just saying back then. Thank you. But back then it was just really hard. And the girlfriend I had when I was going to church, I was breaking the law, and all the other laws I didn't break, but that one of fornication, I definitely broke that law with her. But
let me ask this last question, then Patrice wants to talk. Since you broke that law, should you have been put out?
No, but I should have been held accountable. But I didn't tell anybody. But let's say they would have found out, right? It's not about being put out for breaking. I don't think people should be put out for breaking the law unless it's on a consistent basis. But it's like you have to be accountable, and we got to do something. So it's a situation where if I was a pastor, I'd be like, listen, like I understand y'all are attracted to each other, y'all are young, even though y'all might not have your own place. I'd like to at least have y'all, get married, even if it's not an official marriage of even if it's not an official marriage where you go get a license and all that. I would like at least have you have a ceremony here, because we gotta start doing that with people. We gotta start making people make commitments and stuff like that, instead of just, playing games and trying to get people to put money in the collection plate. But see, if you, the problem is a lot of people just don't have the righteousness inside them. So when you do what's right, or when you try to lead in the right way, people aren't going to be receptive to it, because people want to do what they want to do. People want to feel good. They don't want to, go through the hard times and stuff like that. And that's, that's, the mistake that I made when I was in church, is really just that one law, man, tripped me up, man. The girl was kind of cute too, so it was like, damn, But if I could go back, I wish I had more resolve.
Making all kind of excuses, Diamond. Mm-hmm.
I was. You're right. I was full of it, man.
I'm messed up. Don't listen to her, Diamond. We all do. We all was that stupid. All right. So Patrice.
Yeah, I'm not in there.
Oh, go ahead, Diamond. Finish up, and then I'm gonna let Patrice go in.
Okay, I'm not really, into Christianity in that same way, but when I was going to church, I wish I would have had better resolve to have a better commitment to what it was I was believing in, because whenever you believe in, like when you believe in Black consciousness, there's going to be sacrifices you're going to have to make, and that's the hard part. Like a lot of people, it doesn't matter if you're in the gang, or no matter what situation you're in. If you really believe in something, you have to be willing to sacrifice. That's one thing I can say about certain people in the streets is, even though these dudes is dumb to me and they stupid, but these niggas is willing to die for whatever hood or gang they believe in. And a lot of conscious people, we're not willing to really sacrifice anything, let alone dying for the movement. That's why we don't have a strong movement now, because we have to have the self-development piece. The biggest thing I want to say before I get up out of here is, it really just comes down to self-development. We have to become better people to create better experiences, to create better relationships with other people. And that's going to be the thing that's going to pull Black people through. Because let's go what the one brother was saying, how we talk so harsh to one another. And that's something I have to work on too, because sometimes, I can talk very harsh to people, especially when someone's saying something that I think is nonsense. But I have to learn how to be able to explain myself without being so mean and so harsh. Sometimes I am harsh, and also, we have to take accountability and acknowledge our own shortcomings. So we all have them, but a lot of people don't want to do that, though. But a lot of people in the Black community just don't want to acknowledge their own shortcomings, but they want to acknowledge everybody else's shortcomings. It's like, nah, you got some shortcomings too. But I got to get going. But it's nice talking to you guys, and I'm glad you're here, because you're one of the few podcasts that aren't disrespectful. You're one of the few. There's a handful out there. The rest of the Black ones are freaking horrible.
Thank you, brother.
Right.
Appreciate you,
Thank
man.
you.
Thank you so much.
You have a good one,
okay?
Glad to see you, brother. Glad to see you, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of piggyback on that when we were talking about the whole, should he have been, taken out of the church or kicked out of the church. I think that depends on the church. It depends on the religion and the rules and, regulations according to that church. Because let's be real, some Christians, because Jehovah's Witnesses consider themselves as Christians too. And you get caught doing that, you excommunicated. Like I had an uncle that was kicked out. So for that very same thing, right? So it depends, right, on the religion. Now, I think the thing about the Christianity that a lot of it is talked about in the Bible, and I think it was Peter that said it is better to marry than burn. And a lot of people thought that meant burn in hell, but he meant burn with desire. So it's better to marry. To you have your flesh burn with desire to want to be with someone, and then you go on to commit fornication or adultery with someone else other than the person it's better to marry that person and be with that person. So that's where, see, Vaughn, I told you I did read the Bible. I went by the Bible study school, right? So
that seminary's coming out now, ain't it?
You understand? So that's because I understand the logic behind a lot of the Christianity when I was studying it. So I think that when you look at the history, the not so good history of the church and all of the sexual abuse that came out of that, it was because they had these strict rules, especially in the Catholic, where, they didn't believe in the male men getting married, and they didn't believe in nuns, getting married and being with no one. And look what came out of that. A lot of sexual abuse came out of that, because they were burning with desire to be with someone, and they chose and they abused children in that sense. So when you look at a lot of that came out of there, a lot of some of those children, not all of them, but a lot of them did grow up to be, with same-sex people from the years and years of abuse, and thinking that was normal and that was okay. I watched this documentary on that. I watched a documentary on how even some nuns talked about their experience with lesbianism, with each other, as well as getting raped by some of the pastors when they were nuns and virgins, in that community. So it's a lot of horrible things that has happened and come out of that community that I think that has been a part of the hurt, that the especially the Black church. But I was speaking on a whole too, because most of the Catholic church, it's Black Catholics, but most of the Catholics come out of that Roman Catholic church, where it was thousands and thousands, and I do believe it's thousands of thousands come out of the Black church too. I absolutely believe that. And it swayed a lot of those young children to become, a part of the LGBTQIA plus community now. I remember when, y'all know your boy is back in the news all over social media for getting in trouble again, allegedly sending some inappropriate texting or sexting to a man of the same sex, Mr. Dwight Howard. That's going
Oh
around.
yeah, I heard about that. Oh
so
man.
so now, remember when, I don't know if y'all, because we all old enough to remember when Dwight Howard first came into the NBA. He was a Christian. He talked, he was talking God, and being a Christian, how proud
Straight out of high
he was.
school.
He was talking all of that. And honestly, I do believe that something happened to Dwight Howard when possibly when he was in the church, because I believe a lot of what he's alleged getting into now is, a part of, and I believe the brother is totally fighting, not wanting to just come on out and say he's, whatever it is, a part of that community that I believe, and a lot of people believe that he is. I don't know why he won't. It's 2023, dude. Just come on out. If you're attracted to trans, you're attracted to trans. If you're attracted to other men, you just are. It is what it is.
Before.
Just come, exactly. So just come on out. So these are the things that I believe a lot of times that a lot of our people got hurt in the Black church. Y'all know I told the story of my girlfriend. Vaughn has told his story. So when we look at the history there, I can understand too, in that sense, why someone may want to apologize to the LGBTQ community, because I believe a lot of them got hurt through their religion or their beliefs or the church or whatever it is, that they come from, that type of religious background. So I understand that, but knowing Brother Jamal, I don't think that that's the reason why he did that. I'm just
give him a break.
No, I just don't. I don't. I don't. And listen, y'all know I told y'all, he paid $1,000 on my girlfriend Jaguar, right, to help get her out when the last time she got locked up. And I love Jag. She's my friend, right? But she's from that community, right? So that, again, he helped bail her out. So I believe he's doing things to try to appease, and he may be doing a little pandering to him, to try to get himself elevated up to that level. Let's just pay attention to the opportunity that I think he's taken to now want to be a part of that community in a brotherly love type of way. And I yield the floor.
All right. Well, I agree with everything you said. I definitely, I do. You made some very, very good points. I was just thinking about, going over the different videos of this brother, pleading his apology to the black church or to the gay community rather. And you know what's interesting I found is that, he apologized for the church and then he accused the church of being homo spiritual. He accused them of having homo.
Is that a word?
I looked it up and it is definitely a word. Now he described it as, the church, it means that it doesn't love what's not like them.
Hey,
In other words,
Vaughn,
yeah.
Can we look up the word nefariousness? Is that a word? Nefariousness?
Yes, that's a word. Yes, it is.
That's a word?
Yeah.
I didn't know. I was just asking because I didn't know. Since we're looking up words, I didn't know if nefariousness.
Well, I've never heard the term, homo spirituality. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Well, according to him, it means that the church doesn't love what's not like them. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
And that just doesn't make sense to me. But then in a way it does, because some people are, indifferent, if you're not churchy like them, then you're not a part of the clique, the crew. You see what I'm saying? If you don't look godly or act godly or, hang around with a certain clique, then you're beneath us, and some people in the church, the church has become very cliquish now, and I think it's very ridiculous, but this word, I'm trying to figure out where did he get that concept from? Homo spirituality. In other words, we have the same, homo meaning same, right? Is that right?
I believe so.
Same, right? The same.
I believe so.
Same spirituality. I don't know. Is that an insult or is that a compliment? I'm trying, brother. I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, I honestly, I didn't know it was a word. So with you even saying that,
I thought that that homo. Well, it's. I think he's taking a connotation, which is
homo spirituality.
Connotation, which is probably a bad thing.
Yeah.
Right?
In other words, like he said, the church doesn't love what's not like the church, and that doesn't make sense because we've all come from the bottom. See, and some of us are here, but many of us have come from the bottom. You see what I'm saying? We've all come from. All of us have a shady past now. Come on, you see what I'm saying? According to the scriptures, So I don't know. Man.
We're like filthy rag. We're like filthy rag.
Yeah, exactly. And he's definitely confusing, with his approach. Now, I'm going to say this and then I'm going to just land this plane real quickly. For you to sit up on a panel with this quote unquote bishop, and let's talk about this bishop who has a first gentleman. Now, see, I was brought up in the holiness church. Yeah, let's talk about it. I was brought up in the holiness church. So, the bishop is a man who has one wife. That's what the scripture talks about. But anyway, so when you sit on a panel with and I have a question to go along with what I'm about to say, but when you sit on a panel with a pastor, a male pastor who's married to another man, and he's called the first gentleman, you see what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure after they leave church, they sleep in the same bed. See what I'm saying? Different things are going on there, that are against the will of God. But now we put on the robe and the collar when we come to the church. So how do we sit? How do we answer a community that is so quick to reject the truth? How do we approach that type of people? How do we approach them? Should we be dogmatic? Should we just say what we need to say and then leave? How do you approach people like that? Because obviously, you see what I'm saying? He's not the first gentleman for no reason. Hello? Can anybody hear me?
I hear you, brother. I'm listening to you.
Well, you asking?
So what is the message that you're trying to send to the bishop and the first gentleman? What word do you have for them, Jamal? You see what
Well,
I'm saying?
well,
But are you going to sit there and just kindly, condone the
see,
situation?
that's where I'm getting confused, Yvonne, because how because I I see him
I mean,
reaching
how do
out.
you go along with that if you're scripture based? That's my question.
But I'm saying, how was he going along with, like, when did he ever say this is a good thing that you guys are doing here, and it's okay, and I
Okay,
agree with
well,
it, and let's work to, and just because I want to work with you, that means I'm agreeing with you.
well,
You understand what I'm saying?
I get it. I get exactly what you're saying. And what I would say to that is this, say that I go on a panel of Klansmen and I totally, sit and laugh and talk with them and, and in some type of way, I represent as I'm supporting them. Now, how does that look?
Yeah,
How does that
I
look to
understand.
everyone?
I get that, but what I'm saying is, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. In the late 40s, 50s, and a little bit of the 60s, the Ku Klux Klan gave the Nation of Islam money. Yeah, you guys,
I didn't know that.
they gave us money. But Elijah Muhammad said, I don't care who giving us money. I'm gonna run my program on your money. Whether we agree with you or not, or you agree with us or not, if you
what
gonna
was
give
the
us the
money
money,
for? What, may I,
well, the
if I
money
may
was
ask,
for to
wait a
their,
minute, did they,
let me give
hold
you
on
their
1 second.
intention.
Okay, because my second part of that is what was the intention? So yeah, please answer
The
that in its
intention
entirety.
of them was they were promoting that they wanted to encourage Elijah Muhammad to promote the separation of the races. They felt that Elijah Muhammad's program of separating from the Caucasian was the way to go. That was the future. That was the best way for them to go. And they felt like everybody white should be supporting that, right? If they're saying they want to be separated from us, then hey, let's get behind that, right? And so that was how the Klan was looking at it. Elijah Muhammad looked at it like this: I don't care who give us money. I don't care if the devil himself come here give us money. We're
Right.
gonna take this money and we're gonna do what we got to do, and we're gonna push our program. I don't care
Okay.
if it's them or the Scientologists or whoever. We're pushing our program.
Right.
So
Okay. So I want to say I never knew that. So I just learned that right here today.
I've
But
never known that either.
not
so
only the Klan, but a lot of organizations like
mhm.
that.
But now this is just me speaking because I'm definitely not the Nation of Islam or any big major organized religious group as far as the church is concerned.
Yeah.
But me personally, based on integrity and character, I just don't believe all money is good money, and there will come a time where I would probably reject some funds, especially if it's ill-gotten. That's just me now. I'm just speaking for me. You see what
So
I'm
let
saying?
me ask, so because we all know that that's what the KKK wanted. They wanted us to stay separate from them.
Correct.
Uh, and wasn't it at one time that the Nation of Islam wanted us to be separate as well? So wouldn't it be something that they both was in agreement with?
Right.
So is that the reason why Elijah Muhammad took the money?
He
Like,
he
okay,
but he
so
took them.
I want our people to be separate from y'all too, because in his eyes, back then, especially they was white man was the blue-eyed devil. So
Well, it
let
was
me,
just
yeah.
it wasn't like it is today, where it's harder to get people to see that. Back then, it was plainly obvious. They made it plainly obvious that they were brutalizing us all over the place. So his thing was, if we can't live together in peace, he said, I wish we could live together in peace. But since you don't want that, then you should help us get a place of our own. Since you brought us here, you should help us get a place of our own, right? So therefore, if you brought us here and you don't want, now that we quote unquote free, and you don't want to let us live and grow into being productive people, then you should pay for us to have our own land, pay for us to have our own place, just like you did for Israel.
So let me ask you, how much did they give to the nation? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't have a clear dollar amount, but I know they gave us money. They gave us money on several occasions, but it wasn't because, I think it's a great program and I think it's going to be good for black people.
Yeah,
no, that was not.
Yeah. They wanted us to leave, go away, be on your own.
Yeah, just like they gave Marcus Garvey money. Some of them gave Marcus Garvey money. They said, "You taking black people to Africa? Here you go."
Listen, they were paying you to move out of the neighborhood.
Yeah, exactly, right. So, but my point is this. Just because he took that money doesn't mean he was condoning the things that they were doing, the things that they were out there doing.
Right.
He just took their money to promote his program. Right. And same thing with Marcus Garvey. He took their money and bought those two big old ocean liners. Right. So it's not just because you're sitting with these people. Unless he says, you know what, I agree with this program. I think it's good that you are doing this, and you a man and you're going to go get in the bed with your husband or girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever you want to call him. If he's not doing that, I don't see how he's condoning. That's my issue.
Or he wasn't trying to take over and tell you what to do with your organization. It wasn't that. See, because a lot of people think that when white people give black people money, they want to take over. You have to rewrite your mission statement. You have to rewrite your stance. Kind of like how they hijacked the BMA, the BLM movement, right? It was supposed to be this, and it ended up being that. And so when a lot of wealthy white people put their money behind black organizations or black, you do end up a lot of times changing the narrative, right? Because it goes from Black Lives Matter to people of color, or this community protection is not just specifically about black people and our lives anymore. So I get that perspective.
I can see how people could think that way.
Yes, and from a business perspective, I'm gonna say this, Avon, then I'm gonna yield the floor to you. From a business perspective, I can understand that at that time that made sense to Elijah Muhammad, because it was so bad, and they were teaching separatism. Like we do need to be over here because I want more of my brothers and sisters to stay alive. We need to go over here, build our own life up, build our own black communities, build our own black Wall Streets, our own black business, our own black schools, our own black hospitals, and so forth and so on. So I do get that. And and it's just like we know that there are racist people every day that take our money. They will take our green. They will spend our money. Go to the beauty supply stores, go to the Korean shops, go to certain white establishments. They will take our money. They ain't got no problem with taking that green.
Go to the church.
So why at the church, exactly. So why should we have a problem taking theirs?
That's what I'm saying.
I went one time. I was out of town somewhere, and I needed to rent a car. And I went into this. I saw this little spot. It wasn't a big spot where you could rent a car, whatever. And I was there on a business trip. And I go in. I ain't paying no attention to like no signs or nothing. I go in, man. They got Confederate flags everywhere. They got this, that. We listen. But by the time I didn't realize it until I was bringing the car back. I was like, oh my God, but they sitting there just smiling in my face and taking my credit card. You see what I'm saying? So I understand
from back in one piece, gal.
Exactly. And listen, my money, they may not like me and my kind, but they sure like my green. So I understand from a business perspective in that sense that, hey, if I have a business, don't discriminate. They ain't discriminating on that green.
There you go. Ain't nobody else doing that but us. and we got to get to the point where we not only are we not unless we can, now there's money you can trace and you can say, hey, you got this doing XYZ, cutting people's heads off and stuff like that. Okay. You don't want to take that money. But when you got money where, hey, it's just money coming in and people come and get it. It's the same thing in the church. You don't see the church say, hey, did you get this at the drug bust? Okay, come on in. Did you get this at dealing drugs? Okay, come on in. They don't ask no questions. They take everybody's money. Drug dealers selling drugs, murderers, killers, arpists, whatever. They come in and they drop money in that pan. They don't go through it and say,
they was walking in there having conversations with the pastors. The pastors was praying for them, but they were still taking that money. They were still taking their time.
That's what I'm saying. That's why we have to elevate our minds to a certain place where, you know what, we got to be solid in what we talking about. We got to be solid in what we gonna do, no matter who comes and offer us something. If they offer us something, okay, you offering this, but let me tell you, everything, my programs is gonna stay. So if you giving me money, you best to understand that this is the way I'm running my program, right? So if you can't deal with that, don't give me the money.
Exactly. Well, we've been accepting money from white racist people for many decades now.
To survive.
There's some corporations that we work for. When we look at the CEOs and the head of the corporation, they're racist. So I mean, you're gonna get the money however you get it, But at the same time, if it's known that, hey, this is ill-gotten gain. You see what I'm saying? That's just like my son coming in here after, selling some drugs on the street, and he wants to give me his money to pay the rent. See, I'm not going to accept that. Do you see what I'm saying? No, I'm not.
But we know the church was taking
that.
The church was taking them drug dealers' money, baby. They was taking it, and it was coming from ill-gotten gains.
I would tell you,
and you're right. And
they would take money from almost anywhere.
But guess what? You reap what you sow eventually. Now, you may think you're getting away, but in the long run, it's going to catch up with you. It's going to catch up with you somehow.
We can, you give that money to us, we're gonna flip it into something else, right? I'm talking about, when I say us, I'm talking about the faith-based organizations. We'll try to flip it into something that'll work for the community. But if they take it out there, they just give it to, they go out there and they spend it on some girl. What they gonna do? Spend it on some girl or spend it out? Give it to us. We could teach some kids. We could do something with that money, right? We can do something. Now the question is, if we can see far enough to where how you actually got that money, then maybe we should say no, right?
Well, maybe that's why Pastor Jamal Bryant 2.0 want to start, selling weed in the church. You understand?
Yeah, that way you don't have to worry about it no more, huh? Yeah,
come on to the weed church house. We got
look, y'all, look. We got to finish up with Jamal Bryant, because we got to get to, was slavery a good thing for Black people? Charleston White, another one of his greatest hits. He said that slavery was good for Black people. So we got to get to that, y'all. So we got to close this little part of it up. So let's get some final words on this, and then we got to move on real quick to Charleston White.
Okay, well, I'll just say this real quick. Something about the whole scenario, it just seems untrustworthy. When it comes to Jamal, I don't know. I feel like there's a plot afoot. Do you see what I'm saying? And for you to sit there and have represented the church as well as he has now, I have to give him some credit. He's a very good orator when it comes to speaking and getting the crowd involved. I get that part. You know what I'm saying? But when you do things like this, and then we see the fruit that you bear, it makes me wonder what agenda do you have? You're sitting up here with a bishop of a church, who has a, first gentleman. What is it that you all have in common? Like, what's the point? Why are you there? Are you there to share with them the love of Christ? Or are you there to make them more comfortable in the sin that they're in? And I'll land right there.
All right, Patrice, what you got to say? Any last words?
It just made me think about when people do, change their narrative because there are hidden agendas that they have. I just thought about when I worked Obama administration. Y'all know that his angle was he was against that lifestyle at first because he was coming up under the tutelage of Pastor Jeremiah Wright in Chicago.
Right.
And the agenda for him flipped when he ran for president, denounced Jeremiah Wright in the church, and all of a sudden he was in support of said community. And me working a part of that campaign, seeing all the money that was coming in there from said community, I understood later on, I didn't get it, but I understood later on his reasoning for doing it. They helped put that man in office, right? So when I tell you people have hidden agendas behind things that they do, is to elevate them to a certain status of where they're trying to go. This is what I perceive, and this is just my opinion, for Brother Jamal Bryant. Stay tuned. Pastor Jamal Bryant 2.0. And I land my plane.
Definitely. And I agree with I agree with Patrice and Vaughn. The church should reach out. Now, how that's gonna look, gonna be different from church to church. Some churches gonna be like the good Reverend Dr. Earl Carter, and just be like, hey, we got a suit for you, brother. Right? It ain't gonna make you put a suit on before you come in. And then there are gonna be other places where they're gonna be a little more have more patience with your transitioning to the heterosexual lifestyle. And then in some places they just gonna maybe, like, it seems like Jamal Bryant is coming to that place where they're just gonna let you be. They're just gonna leave you alone, let you do your thing. As long as you're paying that money, hey, we're gonna stay away from telling you or being very stringent on what is expected of you, right? So it's because at the end of the day, it's a business, so unfortunately a lot of people are going to lose out because they're following people like the brother, whereas it's and they get caught in in between the business part and the clout part, and where the preacher's trying to get to do the business, and then the preacher's trying to get clout, and they get caught in that, and the actual message that's supposed to be the main thing goes out the window. Anyway, all right, so we're gonna move on, y'all. We're gonna move on, because was slavery good for Black people? Our resident character, Charleston White, has done it again. Every time I think this man can't top himself, he tops himself with something else ridiculous that he says. Now, Charleston says that slavery was a good thing. Y'all want to hear that? Let's do that right now. Let's play it right now.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
What's going on? Here we go. I think my computer is going. Man, my computer.
In Africa, before the Arabs went there and bought the blacks from the other.
What's going on?
I just heard it. I just heard it, not at first.
Yeah, but my computer. Oh man. All right, y'all. Stay tuned. I don't know what's going on, man. I think
technical difficulty, huh?
Yeah, maybe they came and got us, y'all, because we talk about the special community here. Maybe they came and got us, y'all. Maybe they came in.
Yeah, somebody might be trying to flag if they might consider it a hate speech or something. So be careful, even though we wasn't saying anything hateful.
Well, you're still live. I mean, you're still live, so
okay.
I don't know.
We got to get back on track here. What's going on, man? Because it's not me. It's StreamYard. I think we must have triggered something in StreamYard, because I can still use my computer on other stuff, but let me see. Okay, this is live here. Yeah, I see it's live. Let me go to it here. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. What's going on? Brother Von Eric says, Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam, sir. Holy smokes. All All right, y'all. I don't know what's going on with this StreamYard thing. I think they kind of doing some other things.
Blacks were treated worse in Africa
Listen, I thank God for slavery because I wouldn't want to be an African. I don't give a damn about Africa. I'm glad they came and got our motherfucking ass up out of Africa. I don't attach myself to Africa. I'm a proud American.
Yeah.
So I don't say to my mama say all things work for the good of those who love the Lord and is called according to his will and his purpose.
Absolutely.
Slavery was a good thing. Yeah, they rescued our motherfucking ass. I would have hated to grow up in Africa. I ain't bullshit. If what we were near now, man.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Charleston White. What can you say?
Boy, I tell you, the nefariousness just never stops with those two.
There she go.
With those two right there.
There she go.
I think Charleston White is trying to be the black shock jock of YouTube.
In Africa, before the Arabs.
Sorry about that, Patrice.
I really do. I think he is. I do. I just think he's trying to be the black shock jock of YouTube, like, compared to Howard Stern, who's the white Jewish guy. I think he's trying to be the black guy on YouTube and social media. That's the shock jock of our time. I mean, it's ignorant. It's oh my God! It just on so many levels of
gone too far.
Nefariousness. Listen, it's so many other words. Like a lot of things he say is literally counterintuitive, right? So he's gonna say because he's glad that he end up over here. He give less than 2 F's about his ancestors who stayed there. And the ones that the ones that possibly were slaves, he cared less about that. That was good for them because as long as he was able to come over here and be safe and happy, it was a good thing. It was a good thing.
Agreed on that. At least there was two. These two agreed on something, right?
two peas in a pod. Listen, 2 peas in a pod. Like I can't. Anyway, I'm gonna digress for now. Like,
let me play it again, there, Vonka. Let me play it one more time.
Went there and bought the blacks from the other blacks. Blacks were treated worse in Africa
Okay, let me stop it right there. But Vaughn, go ahead and make your opening remark, and then I'm gonna talk about what he just said right there.
Well, I mean, obviously it's ridiculous. I mean, what's going on with this dude? I mean, and like Patrice said, it's all for, the shock experience, just like with Jamal, they all want to be in a place where, they're so controversial and, whatever it takes to gain that attention, they're willing to do that. Now, obviously, this brother has lost his mind. He has lost his entire mind.
Yeah, man. He is,
and he has proven it every time he opens his mouth.
Man.
So what can we do with that, Brother Clarence? What can we do with that?
You know what? This is the type of thing that only the people have to say no more, right? You know what? It's not going to be able to, because as long as there's people paying him to say stuff like this, he's going to continue to do it. So until the people say enough already, we're done with you. We're not even going to, and see, I don't have no problem with it. I know he's going to say a bunch of stupid stuff. My problem is him talking to kids, right? We can't have unstable people like this talking to young
that
kids.
part. That part.
Be allowed to do that at all. Yeah, I agree.
So I'd rather him be going to do his little comedy shows than sticking up old ladies.
But here's the thing, though,
and he ain't funny.
Wait, listen.
He's not. He's actually
Brother
silly.
Brother Clarence, this is what really challenges my mind right now.
What's that?
This brother can get up here and say all kind of ungodly, just trash and whatever it is.
Right.
And none of these streams are taken down, but they take your stream down,
man,
just because you played an excerpt of something. I don't understand that. I don't
for educational purposes. right?
Yeah, but a person like him is allowed to just keep on going.
Keep on rocking,
Wow.
man.
Come on,
Yeah.
YouTube. Do a little bit better, YouTube, if you're listening.
Yeah, man. Well,
just like the Energizer Bunny. And the thing, you guys, come on, y'all got to know the reason why. As long as he's shitting on us and we shitting on each other, they don't care.
Right.
Now go and try to shit on the community we just tried to talk about or to use. Go try to shit on them and see what happens to your platform.
No.
Think about it, guys. It's because it's another person that look like us is shitting on us.
Yeah.
That's they don't care.
Yeah.
How Michael Jackson said, all I really want to say is they don't really care about us. It's the truth.
Okay, so he said that Jesse Lee Peterson, the undercover what do you call it, homosexual pastor, right? I don't know why he don't just come out and say he's homosexual, right? All these guys have come out and said that they had sex with him.
That part.
All over the years and everything.
Yep.
And all that, man. And he has not called one of them a liar. Not one of them, right?
And hasn't taken them, tried to sue him for defamation or slander.
Exactly.
Hello.
Exactly. Right. So I don't know why he just don't come out and say it, but he just will act like, oh well, it never happened, right? Okay. So anyway, he's the one that said that slaves in Africa were treated worse than slaves here. Now, my question to him is, did they brand slaves in Africa? Where they burned the insignia of the master's name into the skin of the Africans? No. When you were a slave in Africa, were you owned by the person or owned by the state? You were owned by the state. You could, at some point, you could earn your freedom at a certain point, right? If you showed that you had some patriotism for the state, you could earn your freedom. Could you do that in America? No. Your freedom was totally up to the master, if he wanted to, and what master is going to free you when you are a viable asset, right? Then it wasn't color-based. It wasn't a color-based system and a class-based system. Where it was here, it was a color class-based system that they were operating all of that on top of the brutalization. Because he's trying to say that the brutalization over there was in their slave situation was more brutal than it was here. No, it wasn't. This is chattel slavery. That was regular slavery. That wasn't chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is when you own the person. That the other slavery is when the state owns the person and they can earn their freedom, right? You are, what do you call that? An indentured servant to this person.
Mm-hmm.
And at a certain, and it has a term on it. And at the end of the term, they can go to the person that you've been working for and say, has this person been doing a good job? Yes. Okay, then they want their petition for their freedom. Do you think they should be free? Yes. And they could go free, right? But in America, it wasn't like that. They couldn't even petition for you. Can't petition for your own freedom, right? Remember the Dred Scott decision, right?
Mm-hmm.
With Dred Scott, the master took him to a territory that was outside of the slave states. It was a free area. So Dred Scott's situation thing was, well, since you took me to this free area, now I'm free now, right? You took me here, I'm free. But the court said, no, you was his property. Even though you over there, you still was his property. So there's so many different things that are different from slavery, and I hate when they try to compare slavery here to slavery over there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's their way of trying to justify. Correct. To say, but blacks own blacks. That's their way of trying to. And again, it gets convoluted in a conversation because they try to use that as an excuse to justify why slavery ain't that bad if your own people did it to you. Which is totally a counterintuitive conversation to have, because it's two different separate situations and reasoning, and like you said, all the things you just named behind that. But see, with them not being educated on that, they wouldn't even know how to have that conversation with somebody like you and I that do know that, and they would still make the excuse. But it's still black people on black people. Yeah, we know that, but don't try to say that they are the same scenarios and reasoning. We know it was all wrong, yes, in a general sense, but bruh, different scenarios.
Yeah, this is chattel slavery where the person owns the person, right? So this and another thing is we also know that white people own white slaves. We know that already.
Exactly.
The Greeks had slaves. The Germans
right,
had
because
slaves.
well, see, that's the excuse that white people say to us. White people say that to us. Well, you do know white people own white people.
We know that.
Like again, when they inject these conversations, it's to literally try to throw you off. And if you don't know the history behind white people owning white people, then again, you'll think and you'll be like, well, yeah, you got a point there. Well, in general, you have a point, but let's talk about why white people own white people and why black people own and sold their own people in Africa.
Yes. See, it's a lot deeper conversation than what they want to have, because they want to just say, oh, your people don't care nothing about you, just like they do now. Just like y'all do now. Y'all killing each other now. You're killing and harping each other now. See, y'all don't care. Y'all never did care. Y'all haven't cared about each other since the beginning. That's
like they talk about the black on black crime. And in reality, let's have the conversation that every race of people, the percentage is high for them killing the person of the same race. So when you come and try to say that with us, it's no different than a white person killing another white person, a Hispanic killing another Hispanic, an Asian killing another Asian. When you look at the numbers, they're almost even.
But see, this is a number that they don't never.
But they try to make us to say, well, black people, y'all killing each other. We know that. We know that.
But this is a number that they don't tell. They don't push. But this is the truth. Just off the numbers of white people, they commit the most crimes.
Yes, because it's more of them. But if you don't population wise, if you don't know the education behind those type of situations and scenarios and the numbers, to know that we are not the dominant population, right?
Right.
And when you look at and it's only in certain demographics in certain states or cities that this is happening. But they try to make black people the face of everything nefarious, right? So they try to use that as an excuse. Well, black killing, what y'all gonna do about black? Wow, like that's the argument you coming with, because we're talking about this. Well, what about white people killing white people? But see, they don't get painted. They don't get painted white on white crime, Hispanic on Hispanic crime, Asian on Asian crime. We the only ones that have bought into this.
Yeah.
And we know that crimes are committed against each other for the most part, proximity and opportunity of knowing a person that looks like you and that is of your same race, y'all. That's really what it is about. It is not about the bigger picture they trying to make you think it's about, black on black crime, black on black, black on black. There's white on white, there's Asian on Asian, there's Hispanic on Hispanic. Period.
You know why most of Jeffrey Dahmer's victims were black? Because he lived in a black neighborhood.
That part.
He worked with that part.
That part, exactly. Well, he didn't kill. Did he kill? Did he murk any white people? Maybe.
I don't think so.
But I think
Filipinos.
But you're right. It was he lived in a poor, predominantly black neighborhood. So who you think he's gonna?
He worked with
like proximity. Hello.
Yeah. Right. He went to, so obviously he's going to go to the clubs that there. He's going to go to the bars that's in there. He's going to, you know what I'm saying? So obviously that's, I mean, like you said, Patrice, the proximity, right? The proximity. But I just want to make it clear that a lot of stuff is not being told when they tell these stories, right? They say, oh, slavery was great. Like he's saying, oh, it was much worse there. How? but he's not going to qualify it with telling us how it was much worse, right? It's just
exactly. They just make a blanket statement and then they leave it at that without backing it up with data, with statistics and things of that nature. And then when you come to them in that way, they still want to make excuses and say, oh, we're still the same. No, it's not. It's not the same.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're gonna continue. Vaughn, you have something to throw in there before I start it up?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. Let's go. Let's continue with two peas in the pot.
Hey, listen, I thank God for slavery because I wouldn't want to be an African. I don't.
Wait a minute. I could not continue further with. Did you hear what he just said? He said he thanked God for slavery. You wasn't the one getting whipped.
Yeah, I heard that. That's why he's saying that, because he wasn't the one getting whipped. That's why he's thanking God. Don't you know it, bro Clarence? That's why he's thanking God, because he wasn't the one that got the whoopings. He wasn't the one that got the stripes on his back. Yeah, of course he gonna thank God.
This is sick, man.
The hypocrisy.
If y'all really want to know what I think about Charleston White, y'all go back in the catalog and y'all can see all the videos I done made on this dude, and he is absolute idiot. Absolute idiot. Okay, so he says he thanks God for slavery, so that slavery in some kind of way was a good thing. Like we wouldn't have been able to forge our way into a decent society without being pulled into the slavery situation. That's crazy. That is crazy. All right, y'all. We're gonna continue.
Give a damn about Africa. Yeah. I'm glad they came and got our motherfucking ass up out of Africa. I don't attach myself to Africa. I'm a proud American.
Yeah.
So I don't say to my mama say all things work for the good of those who love the Lord and is called according to his will and his purpose.
Absolutely.
Slavery was a good thing. Yeah, they rescued our motherfucking ass. I would have hated to grow up in Africa. I ain't bullshit. It's what we were near now, man.
In Africa.
All right.
I mean, he just totally obliviated the scripture. You know. Now what he just did is what we accuse the white people of doing with the Bible and the scriptures. You see what I'm saying? Oh, it's the white man's word. No, they took it and misinterpreted it. Just like this brother just did.
Okay.
Crazy.
So white people putting us in slavery was the will of the Lord, and the Lord was doing something good for us, according to Charleston, right?
Yeah, because all things work together for good to those that love God and that are called according to his purpose.
Yeah. This dude is a complete idiot, man. Complete idiot.
You see how he just took that word, Vaughn, and tossed it in that word salad like that.
Yeah. That's just like the person whose family was slaughtered. You see what I'm saying? And you lost the mother, the father, the aunt, and all of the nephews and cousins were all taken out at one time. And you turn around and say, hey, all things work together. Just so insensitive.
That's crazy. Yeah.
That's not what the word is for like that, brother. Come on.
And he'll be saying,
he's mindless. Listen, this brother is mindless. He's mindless.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't care. Them was my ancestors. Hell, it wasn't me. That's what he say. And I don't care. That was them. This me. Yep. That was then. This now.
Yeah. My question is, don't they have a pill for that or something? It got to be some kind of medication, something, some kind of pill he could take.
He needs a straight jacket and a helmet, and just sit him in the corner somewhere, and some diapers, a straight jacket, and a helmet. Man, this dude is unstable, and what I'm nervous about is that he's going to be out talking to some kids one day, man, and the kid going to say something. The kid's going to question, hey, didn't you say this about this and it? And he's going to get pissed at the kid, and he probably might do something to the kid, and that's what I'm very nervous about. It's
just dangerous, bro, Clarence, that it's even people. I'd be afraid of kids that's listening to him right now that see him and be fascinated by his behavior and his words. That's dangerous.
Well, listen, I would be definitely uncomfortable in this brother's presence because I wouldn't trust him. See what I'm saying? I would have to be on guard at all times. I don't know what this brother's liable to do based on what he says out of his mouth.
Yeah, I don't even see why people even listen to him. I just can't see what they get out of him. except for just a good, he is, well, I could say this.
We're talking
He's
about it.
What
So
America taught us. America taught us what they're looking for. And they're looking for a good bojangling nigga that's gonna always be bojangling, self-hating bojangling nigga. Right? And you got two of them right there, right?
No, you did say Bojangle, Mr. Bojangle.
Bojangling Negroes, right?
Bojangling, not Bojangles, but Bojangling.
Right. I thought now Sambo would definitely not Sam. I'm more even with the Sambo than the Bojangles because Mr. Bojangles, you know, he was a dancer. Sammy Davis Jr. played Mr. Bojangles, but Sambo was more like it for me with them. Not even what's the other one they caught? But he actually, people use him, but they don't know he was really Uncle Tom. But Uncle Tom was really the good person in that book. If you really know the history and read, it's more of the Sambo type of personality for me.
But see, here's the thing. Both of these guys are pushing the line, right? They both pushing the line, hoping they can get into the door. They let them in, like Mr. Farrakhan said, they let you in the back door, get you some biscuits and some fried chicken, right? But you can only use the back door, right? I don't know, man. There's a movie I was gonna tell you guys about, but let me tell you about this one. There's the movie, the original Muhammad Ali movie. I don't know if you ever his life story, right? Not the one with Will Smith, but the original one, right? And
yeah, the one where they
who played him as the original?
What was that? The Rumble in the Jungle, or what was it?
Yeah,
I saw that. I saw
the documentary. You talking about the documentary?
It wasn't a documentary. It was a it was his it was a biography.
Who played him? Who played?
Because I think it was 3 different actors that played him. I think he played himself. Okay. I think he played
in one of them, right?
Yeah, but that was in the original movie. I think he played himself as a grown-up. You know,
I want to say that was in what, the 80s or 90s?
I would say the 80s or 70s. Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
All right. So, but anyway, in the movie, he was 16 years old, right? And so he's making a lot of noise, fighting all over Louisville, Kentucky, right? So he's fighting all over Louisville, and he's starting to make some money. And so people that put money behind fighters, they're starting to notice him. He's coming up the ladder, right? And so now they start trying to take care of him, right? You gonna be our Negro, right? And so this one rich dude invited him to dinner, right? And so they was just telling him don't say anything, right? Because the people was asking him questions at the table, and he was trying to talk, and they was telling him just don't say that, right? so he was like feeling kind of crazy about that. But then the dude said, "Here, I got a job for you, man. Be at this location." So he went into the spot, and he was working, and everybody was talking to him like he was crazy, right? They was like, "Come here, boy, do this." So finally, man, he got tired, and he started walking out. Now he's I think 16 or 17 years old. He just in the middle of the job just walks out. He starts walking out of the compound, and the dude says, "Hey, boy, where you think you going?" And he tells the dude, "Hey, you can tell me when I can come in, but you ain't never gonna tell me when I could go out." And he just walks out, and he never went back, right?
Right.
He took control of his own situation. He took control of the situation and realized, hey, man, as long as this dude's telling me what to do, I'm in trouble. I got to take on my own situation. Now we got these 2 dudes here, and they are letting other people fund them and give them money to go out and push this little program, right? Because I don't see how the Fallen State even sticks around, except for it's a wish that for some white people, because I don't want to say all white people, man, because I know some that are really cool. But I mean, it's for some of them that are still with the whole racism business, that this is something that they get with. You know what I'm saying? They will pay for a guy like Jesse Lee Peterson to go out here and promote.
And they do. I mean, Jesse Lee Peterson, Charleston White, Candace Owens, all people like them, they get paid really good money to speak like that against their own race of people. Don't think they ain't making no good bag now.
Yeah. That's the thing. I say, because you look at it, you say, well, why would somebody do something like that? And then obviously, it's got to be the bag that they're getting. And Charleston White is trying to get to that bag. Jesse Lee Peterson got his hand in that. He already got the bag, and Candace Owens got the bag as well. But the only thing is, the main thing I don't like about them is they say parts of the truth. They say part of the truth. They don't qualify everything
That
and tell you
part.
everything what's going on,
Exactly.
so that you can have a full understanding. Because then you will go, oh, I understand why that's like that. Then, oh, okay, that makes more sense. But the way they set the narrative, paint the narrative, is that you're gonna say, well, damn, the only choice I got is to just kick my own people and go with everybody else.
Which is what your boys foolery and effery is doing. The two F's. So listen, and they how they talk about the whole slavery and oppression thing. Listen, Myron has challenged Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar, right, to talk about this whole thing about slavery and race and all that, which I know it ain't gonna never happen. But
you might be right, Brother Anderson.
But you already know that Dr. Umar will take both of them by himself and walk the floor with them, because again they both spin a one-sided narrative and don't complete and tell the whole full content of something that they say. So right. I don't know if y'all know, Myron just challenged Tariq Nasheed and Umar to a debate about that, and I would love to see it, even though I know it about racism and slavery and the whole thing. I would love to see that, but like I said, I don't think it's going to ever happen, because Dr. Umar, like him by himself will kill them. That man, people can have a view about him, but he is a scholar. He's a PhD scholar, and him by himself will mop the floor with F and F, like real talk. But Tariq yeah, too. Myron, Tariq would too. But I'm talking about on a more like physiological and more educational, philosophical level. Dr. Umar will mop the floor with F and F, like for real.
I don't know why they would even do something like that. What do they have to benefit by going?
Well, you already know they're about the clicks and the views. You already know that. They want the controversy of that. They want the clicks and views of that, because they know people but they don't care as long as they get in the bag, right? You know that's what it's about with them. It's the bottom line with them.
I guess you're right, because I mean, damn, they're going. I mean, you're right. Neither one of them could handle. Both of them together can handle either one of them dudes. Well, anyway. Well, hey, I hope it happens, because I'll be now that one I will tune in to watch, because they will get destroyed. They will get destroyed. I think
everyone would be watching that.
The smarter thing is them to go at them as separately. At least they have a slim chance of not looking so stupid.
No, I believe it's two of them, and it's two of them. I believe if they do a tag team type of thing. Now that, like you said, I would tune in for that, but I know that the F and F crew is going to totally make a mockery of themselves, really, because, like I said, Dr. Umar will be speaking to him on a more intellectual level, but Tariq will go there. He'll get sloppy with him. He'll do the effery with him. Tariq will straight up, because Tariq's whole thing is, y'all immigrants. You know how you feel about people that are immigrants, that people that talk about Black Americans like that. So I would definitely tune into that. So I hope it happens. And eat them up on it.
It probably would never happen. I'm pretty sure they're just trying to egg them on to see if they can make that happen. But I'm pretty sure they don't even have time for that type of conversation especially with them.
Now Tariq because Tariq battles with them immigrants that talk crazy to him all the time, and he go in the gutter right with them. So that's why I say when it comes to that, he will mop them when it comes to the gutter talk. Now Dr. Umar will mop them when it comes to the intellectual talk. So it would be a bit of a balance there. I would say I would watch that. I really would. And I don't know
what kind of balance, because when you have ignorance on one end and then you have knowledge on the other end, I don't know how that balances out. You know what I'm saying?
It balances because Tariq will get ignorant with F and F.
No, I'm just saying on F and F,
and intellectually will be Dr. Umar smoking them.
They're not too learned. They're not learned.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree with Vaughn.
You,
It's not going to go
you know
too
what I'm
far,
saying?
huh?
So it won't be a pretty even balance, of a conversation.
You're right, because they are
If you
pretty.
have those type
Yeah,
I
of
think it
you're
just
right.
intellectual
dragged on
people,
them.
They're not
coming
that
together.
intellectual when it comes to F and F. They're not intellectual at all.
Yeah, and this is a subject I don't think they are not even slightly skilled on. So I don't think they would even
But they
have
think
a
they
chance.
are because they talk on it all the time and don't be knowing what the heck they talking about. They do run-on sentences and they
Shout out
talk
to
a
John Q.
one-sided. They talk a one-sided perspective, and they don't give the other side, and that's where someone like Dr. Umar will come in, even Tariq. But when they want to go dark and dirty, Tariq will go there with them.
Yeah,
Now,
I
aren't they
know,
the
man.
ones
You know
that
he
one of
will.
them? Aren't they the ones that one of them wore the, the headdress of the Klansman on the
Absolutely.
show?
That
Oh,
would
come
be
on,
Yes,
that would be
they
fit
don't have enough
or Myron
knowledge
Gaines.
and
the
I don't think they
effery
have
and the
enough.
foolery
Yeah,
show.
they don't have enough knowledge and wisdom to compete with those type of characters. They just don't. It would be interesting to watch.
Yeah.
To see
They
them
would
being
just get
humble,
ragged on.
because sometimes you just want to see folks being humble, and I believe in that conversation they would be. So
Definitely. All right, y'all. Let's start wrapping up because I think it was. I mean, what can we say about Charleston that I haven't already said? I mean, this guy's a complete idiot, and Jesse Lee Peterson is like running neck and neck with him. I don't know. I did videos on Jesse Lee and his closeted homosexuality. I did videos on Charleston White and his mental instability. We done did all these videos on these guys. So it's not surprising that they would get together and say slavery was a great thing. I would, if I was any black person worth my salt, it just to
Bro,
hear him
Clarence,
say what?
not to interject, but to interject. They just need Kanye up there with him to say, yeah, and it was a choice too.
Put them up there, man. Put them all together, right? Put them all together, right? You know what I mean? I just don't understand. And Kanye, I don't understand why he would do it, because he had money. These guys are trying to get that kind of money. So I can understand why they're trying to do this stuff. But anyway, those are another conversation. Plus, we did videos on Kanye. So we done did all of this stuff. We done talked about all of these guys. But the main point is, if you think slavery was a good thing, I'll give you about 5 minutes to come up here. If not, we're gonna start wrapping up because my wife is blowing me up. So I guess that means I got to get out of here. And I don't want who to come up here, start fussing at all three of us, right? So excuse me. I'm coming up there. Right now.
I always make that sound. Whoop, whoop. There's the sound of the police.
I'm coming up there. What is going on up there, Brother Clarence? You, Patrice, and Vaughn, I'm going to get y'all. All right, y'all.
Wait, she'd be like, OG, I love you, but when I hear that but, OG, I love you, but.
Yeah, the but cancels out everything else you said prior, right?
Right. It's like when your mama said, hey, your mama said, right before you about to get a whooping, I love you, right? And then you hear that switch moving in. You hear the switch moving around. You're like,
yeah. That's a familiar sound.
I love you, right? Y'all remember that?
I know. I definitely do.
Oh, too well.
I remember I was at my cousin's house.
Child abuse.
Me and my cousin, definitely. Me and my two cousins, right? My cousin, same age as me. My other cousin, his brother was a year behind us, right? So we basically all the same age, right? We were over my cousin's grandmother's house, right? So it was his grandmother's house, right? And she told us, hey, y'all just stay in the front yard. We was probably about 10 or 11, right? So one of my cousins, he went on the roofs. He got on one of the roofs. Because we used to get, at their house, we used to climb on the roof. We used to jump from people's roofs like idiots, right? So anyway, he got on the roof. And we was like, hey, man, you better come down. Your grandmother told you not to be up. He's like, oh, man, it's okay. And he started finding stuff that had been thrown on the roof, right? So he's going up through. And so the grandmother came out, hey, where's so-and-so? And me and my cousin was like, and then my other cousin's up there, hey, y'all, look, I found this. She look up, he see him on the roof. She like, boy, get your butt down. So he came down, right? So she said, didn't I tell you not to get on that roof? Didn't I tell you not to do nothing like that? Yeah. She said, all right, go give me a switch.
That's just,
go give me a switch.
when you have to go pick the weapon out yourself, that's just cruel.
Oh yeah,
That's
I remember
cruel,
them days.
very cruel and unusual punishment right there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Go pick the weapon.
Right. Well, everybody, I don't know if Vaughn got a story, but can I tell y'all my Muhammad Ali story? It's a short story.
Go ahead.
All right. So it's got to be in the mid to late 70s, right? I'm a little girl and, I just told my age. Damn. But anyway, I'm walking down 63rd and Halsted. Picture this, Vaughn. You know exactly where I'm talking about. Picture this.
I know right where you are. Go ahead.
Chicago.
I'm going school shopping. That's in Chicago. That's in Chicago.
Okay.
That's in Chicago. I'm going school shopping, me and my mommy, right? And so all of a sudden, my mom is looking in this window at this outfit. I'm holding her hand and I hear this car blowing. She's looking at this outfit, but me, I'm a child, and I turn around because I hear this car got this funny horn to it, and I turn around and the car was sitting. Now, guess what kind of car it was? See, I know y'all gonna know what I'm talking about. A deuce and a quarter, baby.
Yes.
Listen. I turn around as a little girl and I look at the guy in the car that was honking the horn. Now, he was honking the horn for somebody to come out the store that my mother was looking in the window in, right? Mm-hmm. And I turn around and this handsome, tall man looks at me and wink his eye at me. And guess who it was?
What?
Muhammad Ali, baby. And I knew him from TV, and I was like, and my mouth opened so big, and he just gave me that little wink, like, "What's up, little black girl?" I just felt so proud in that moment, but I couldn't even say nothing, and I just was like pulling at my mother's hand, like I was speechless. I was pulling at her hand, she looking at me like, "What's wrong with you?" And I just pulling, and she turned and she looked, and she was like, "Hi, Mr. Ali," and then he said, "How y'all beautiful black women doing?" That was a moment in my life I will never forget. And guess who comes out of the store that my mom was looking out the window in?
Who?
His wife. What was the first one he was married to? Kalila? Was it Kalila?
I forgot.
Who was the first wife?
I can't remember.
Whichever one was the first wife that he was married to. That's all I wanted to say. That was my Muhammad Ali story. I saw him. I saw him. He said hi to me, y'all. Hey. He winked at me. He's like, hey, and not in a flirty way. That was in a what's happening black girl way. I'm proud. That was in that way.
Right. Remember back in the day, man, when it wasn't weird, right? You could people.
It was a term of endearment. It was like black people with the black power, with a fist. It was like a right on black girl. You know what I mean? That was so dope. I thought that was so dope.
Yeah, and it was and it's encouraging, right? Where that's what we got to get back to.
Made me proud as a little girl, and then the way he spoke to me, and my mom called us beautiful black women. That's what he said to us. Like that was a moment for me. Like I'll never forget that moment. I turned around. He was in a brand spanking new deuce and a quarter. Okay.
Wow. I know the car exactly.
Oh man, that's a great story, Patrice. That's the kind of stories I want you to come and talk. I got to interview you so you can tell us stories like that. All right, y'all. Let's start wrapping up. I gave everybody a chance to come up here and tell us how good slavery was for black people. Gave everybody a chance to come up here and tell us that Jamal Bryant is an office rocker for going and hanging out with the LGBTQ community. I gave everybody a chance. I even gave everybody a chance to come up here and talk about the good Reverend Dr. Earl Carter. I gave everybody a chance. So now we're gonna start wrapping up so we can start getting out here. But before I do that, Vaughn, I want you to see a city seeing sin is a sin. A city seeing sin.
How you doing, Brother Craig? How you doing? I'm all right. Well, I see but Sister Jones in? Nope. Neither's Brother Jones. They both at work. Well, your ass need to be nimble.
Excuse me, brother. What we call drugs is 74th Street Baptist Church. We call us sin.
Well, around here, between Normandy and Weston, we call this here a little twin.
Wow.
Nigga.
Won't you just give me a little bit for my...
I knew y'all like
That's
that.
classic.
Y'all from Chicago, like Bernie Mac from Chicago. I know y'all like that.
Twin. Wow.
Twin. Ah, man. Okay, y'all. All right. So we talked about Jamal Bryant. We talked about the church, their position on homosexuality. The classic position. I don't want to say it's the current position, but the classic position. That's why I played Dr. Carter, because I wanted to play the real hard line position, right? I mean, everybody's not that hard line, but I just want to play the hard for the hardliners. That's the position. So that may be an issue why Jamal Bryant is having a lot of this pushback for doing what he's doing now. It gets to an issue point where is he condoning the behavior, or is he just reaching out? It's kind of fuzzy in there. We still try, so we got to watch and we got to see and figure this thing out, right? Because it looks one way, and then sometimes it looks the other way. So we don't know. Now Patrice is like, hey, F that. It's just the money, right? It's just a money grab, right? So it depends. We got to watch and see, y'all. We got to have to stay tuned. But this brother, man, is definitely somebody to watch. I would say he's going to overtake even Joel Osteen in maybe 10 years if he keeps reaching out to all these different sub communities and he's able to pull them together. He's going. I mean, because that he picked the right community to plug into, because that community is plugged in. I mean, when I say plugged in, I mean plugged in. So we shall see. We also talked about Charleston White. I'm in character, right? We talked about Charleston White, and he said that slavery was a good thing, right, for black people, right? And he's an American, and his mama said, what does mama say, Vaughn? God, everything works out for God's way, whatever you were saying, right?
Yeah, all things work together for the good of those who are in Christ Jesus and are called according to his purpose. And
following the Lord. The Lord.
Yeah.
All right. So
we always try to take a scripture and try to twist it to make it fit our lifestyle.
That's how you get us, Vaughn. That's how you get us.
We
want to be on the good side of God. We want to be on the right side. Because why? We want to go to heaven, right? Remember, like we were talking about earlier, right? Oh, we wasn't talking about that, but it was the question was brought up last night on Black Man Filter when we was over there, with Mandrill and Shushu, right? Does the church, not the church, but is the threat of going to hell in the afterlife used to produce and motivate people to do certain things in this life right now, right? So we never got a clear answer. Well, I asked 4 questions. I never got a clear answer to any of those, but that's a whole nother topic anyway. So, but any last words, y'all? Let's start wrapping up so we can get out of here, y'all. Thank y'all for coming up, by the way. But let's start wrapping up. Any last words?
Oh yeah, you're welcome, brother. And thank you. I appreciate you letting me tell my story.
Always.
Thank you. I appreciate you all. I love both of you guys, and salute to the chat too. The chat always rocking with us as well. Again though, I do wish that these are conversations that we could actually have to, with the LGBTQIA plus community, to mend some bridges. I think that narratives get put out there and get interpreted wrong on both sides, right? I really do. I think it's up to the individual person or individual Black church as to if they feel they owe that community an apology. I don't think that brother, Pastor Jamal Bryant 2.0, that's his new name for me. I don't think that he should be or play God in that position to speak for, the whole Black church congregation as a whole. I do believe that we just pay attention, that there's an agenda behind what he's doing. Like you said, there's power, there's money, there's resources, there's a reach that we have lost in our community, Black community, that he can tap into over there. And because certain people in the Black community sector don't rock with this brother, so I think it's been a struggle for him to reach the plateau that he wants to reach. So that's why I believe he's kind of changing his narrative now. But pay attention. That's the only thing I could say, for that. Anybody that uses anyone for their own gain or agenda, or being an opportunist to take advantage of anyone, a community or anybody, just to get the said stature or wealth, is questionable in my humble opinion. But that's all I have to say to that. And as far as Charleston White, mm, on a serious note though, because like a lot of our people, we sometimes play too much, right? We sometimes say, oh, he just do that for entertainment, or he just this or that. But I promise y'all, on a serious note, that's why we don't get taken serious for anything either, because we don't take a lot of things serious that we should. And when we have somebody like this brother, trying to speak on behalf of Black people or a certain sector or movement of people, it's sad, and it can definitely be a detriment to our community. And if we continue to just make excuses for people like him, it's just entertainment, or just this or that. I don't know. To me, I side eye that. I just have a problem with people that always want to entertain effery, all the time, and foolery all the time, and just because we are behind the totem pole on everything as a people, as a whole, as a culture. Like, when you look at, did y'all see what the young rapper girl, the one that's in the beef with Tasha K, Sukiani, whatever her name was, the one that they went in because they said this guy uh you know sexually harassed her or assaulted her on some podcast. But she's the same chick that was
Yeah.
twerking on the 10-year-old, right?
Right. Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
She just recently went to Buckingham Fountain over there in London, and in front of our Caucasian persuasion people, talking about how she gonna eat some groceries.
What?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's all on
I thought you
TikTok.
meant Buckingham Fountain in Chicago, but go ahead.
No. Buckingham Palace in
Oh,
London.
Palace. Okay.
Yeah, she's over in London, right? And she's walking, literally walking, getting ready, I think, to get into her vehicle to drive away. But she's literally in front of them, talking about how she's getting ready to go eat some anal. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
And I'm just saying, that's their new thing. That's their new thing. They got songs about it. This is a conversation. So
No.
I'm just saying, this is where we are as a culture for the younger generation, and we say, oh, they just doing that for clicks and views, and they just doing that for entertainment. But it's totally a detriment to that younger generation that talks like that thinks like that. Like, at what point are we gonna stop playing games and say, oh, if they, Black people play too much, like for real. So when I see somebody like Charleston White, or somebody like her as a young Black woman, I think about the future of our children. We could be dead and gone, but is this what the next generation is getting ready to be about and represent and run the world and be people that make decisions? And like, that's the part for me that's scary. And I just want to say that, but I digress. I yield the floor, brother Clarence. Thank you for this conversation. I just think we got to do better than what we're doing. We're not doing a good job. We're not doing a good job. A lot of this culture is just it's nefarious.
And y'all, we need to speak on it. We need to keep speaking on it, man. Because there's a lot of people that's like you said, Patrice. They co-signing it, and they just not saying nothing about it, right? Just and no, we got to keep, if we think it's something that needs to be addressed, then we should still talk about it, man. We don't have to be disrespectful, but we could at least address it, you know what I mean, in a way where they look at us and what we've been doing, they could see we was consistent with what we was trying to do to help our people.
Oh, and bro Clarence, also, I don't know if you've been watching the latest on that girl that was missing, and this whole story has been conjured up now, and what's going on with her, the Carly Russell girl. I mean, we talked about that for me, and look where the breadcrumbs are leading us to. She's 25 years old. What is going on?
Well, can you give us a quick update on that, Patrice? I don't know.
Oh God, it's been all over social media. Well, it looks like she possibly, allegedly told a lie.
Like that Jesse Smollett.
Yeah, they calling her Jesse Smollett 2.0. She evidence has been found on her cell phone and on her work computer, where she was looking up the movie Taken. She was looking up how much it is, and is it a cost, and what's the age limit for a Amber Alert. She looked up how to steal money out of a cash register and get away with it, because apparently she had stole money from a job. She was losing her job.
No.
She looked up she bought a ticket to Nashville or something, and this whole story with allegedly a white couple kidnapping her, taking her on a truck, and and stripping her naked, and the woman was playing in her hair, and they fed her crackers, and she could hear a baby in the back. And then she got away from them, but they didn't tie her up. And then they caught her again and put her in the car, and then she got away again. It's just so freaking bizarre. It's viral all over social media. Like, and to know that there are truly Black women and girls, over 64,000 of them, that are missing and trafficked in America.
Yeah.
Where is the mindset of some of these young people, that she would conjure up a story like that for allegedly over a boyfriend? It's so much gossip going. I'm just talking the facts of when the authorities did the press conference, and the things that they said that they found on her cell phone, on her work phone. So it's breadcrumbs that's being dropped, that's leading to the fact that this young lady possibly made this story up, conjured this story up. And parents gets on TV, make a complete fool out of their selves doing an interview that they absolutely shouldn't have done. I thought it was too early. So now I think that the family is probably lawyering up now. I don't think we ever going to hear the young lady herself speak. I think that she's going, of course, going to have a lawyer to speak on her behalf. Now the authorities want to speak to her again, because and listen, he also said that she looked up something that shows into the mindset of her thinking, of where she was mentally. He didn't say what it was, but I think eventually it may come out, as to say the mindset of where she was to look up all this stuff, to plot, to plan, premeditation of an abduction, to look up the movie Taken. They even found tweets of hers that said Taken was her favorite movie, one of her favorite movies.
Oh, man.
Y'all know that's about an abduction of a young lady. And they have no evidence of a baby. There was no baby ever nobody ever, called and said a baby was missing. So that's why an Amber Alert was never put out for a child that possibly didn't exist. So it just, bruh, when I tell you this story has blown out the waters of craziness. And again, these are our future leaders of the world of America. Like what in the world is going on with the mindset and culture of a lot of these younger generation of young men and women? It's baffling to me. It's baffling, and more is coming out about this story with this young lady. So we probably should do a follow up, because the press conference was yesterday, and that's all the rave that everybody is talking about, and everybody, of course, is going down there because listen, time, manpower, resources, everything was spent on looking for that young lady. And when we know that young Black women and children are not seen in mainstream media when it comes to things like this, to know that because of people like us sit on our Black platforms on social media and made this go viral in order to make it go mainstream.
Right.
Now it's even international, because they hearing about it over in Britain, and they hearing about it all around the world. This case has blown up that big. And it was because of content creators like you, people like us talking about it, putting it on our platform, because we know that Black women don't get that shine. And for this young Black woman to do something like this, what reflection is that on the younger generation? As far as I'm gonna ask y'all, do y'all think that's an L for us as a whole, or that generation? What's your opinion of knowing that if it comes out that this young lady, and it's looking like I said, the breadcrumbs is leading down to she faked this whole, she planned, premeditated this whole thing, and it's a farce. What's y'all opinion? Do you think it's an L on us as a race of people, or just Black women in general, or just that generation? What's y'all opinion on that?
No, I just personally, I just think it speaks to, some type of mental trauma or illness. People are willing to go to many great lengths to get attention. You know what I'm saying? They'll just about jump off of a cliff or a bridge, just so that people could pay attention to them. People are seeking attention. And this is what that spirit is, especially if you're giving false truths and crying wolf like that. You see what I'm saying? It's because you want attention, and that's unfortunate, very unfortunate. I don't know what this young lady has been through, but very unfortunate, for her to be in the media this way. And I have absolutely no idea why she would even concoct such a story, and now it's being proven that, possibly she was faking it. You see what I'm saying? What's the purpose of that? Because you crave attention, and it's gotten to the point to where it's become psychological now. So now you're just willing to do just about anything to gain that attention. So.
Yeah, it's bad. I think it's pretty much all three, but the biggest one of the three is all of us, man. I mean, it's just a stain on all of us, right? Because they're just so quick to say, yeah, that's how they do. They're just so quick to say that about us. And then this is the part that really hurts. There's those of us, I'm sure everybody here, right? That's why we don't have hardly nobody here, because we not talking about, we definitely address things that, Black women, Black men do that's, out of pocket, but we try to do it from a way of understanding the trauma that has probably gone into it, and other different nuances in the Black community that may have, initiated some of those things, right? But when something like this happens, those people that don't do that, like the other channels that don't do that, that just get them fire for the fodder, right? So they can just say, "Gee, I told you, Black women ain't no good. I told you that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna lie. They're gonna cheat. They're gonna do this. They're gonna do that. And the guys like the
And believe
Manosphere,
me, some of these Manosphere men been
yeah,
coming at them,
they're gonna
saying that just
rip them
like
apart,
that.
right? But see, you're supposed to get the guilty one, not everybody, the innocent ones with the guilty one. You're supposed to just get the guilty one. See, that's right there. That's incorrect. What you're supposed to do when something happens wrong is you get the guilty person. You don't get the innocent with the guilty. You're not supposed to do that, right? But because they out of whack, they just say it's easier. It's just like the Cynthia G's of the world, where they keep pookie picking, right? They keep pookie picking, and they say it's easier to say that fast.
Can you say that 5 times, Brother Clarence?
Pookie picking, pookie picking,
They keep pookie picking, and then they keep saying there ain't no good black men out here. Why? Because it's easier to say that there is no good black men than to address the fact that I don't have the discernment to pick good black men, right? It's because if I say, oh well, it's me. I'm the one that's picking these bad men that's coming into my life, right? That's going to take the blame off the black men and it's going to put it on me, right? But so what she says is, it's not me. I'm picking great guys. They just none of them are good, right? None of them are truly good, which is preposterous, right? The same thing for black women. When these guys say, oh, ain't no good black women, so we got to get on an airplane and go fly. Okay, well, why don't you just say you just want to get on an airplane and go fly? But don't say there ain't no good black women, because there's are good black women
exactly.
here, right?
And I'm gonna say this too, as a black woman, I'm not gonna take that L for for saying all of us lost because this one young lady did that. I'm not gonna even say it's all of her generation because I know all of her generation is not like that. But it's unfortunate, and I'm even go even further. I think that I won't necessarily say that because I don't want to use the whole mental illness card as for the excuse why this young lady did that. I don't, because that looks like somebody that plotted and planned this, looked it up, researched, did a lot of research on things.
That don't mean she ain't mentally ill, Patrice.
I know that. I said I'm not necessarily using the mental illness card. I don't want her to necessarily use that as a scapegoat for a get out of jail free card, right? Because she broke the law on some things, and I think that she absolutely needs to be held accountable for it.
Agreed.
And I do believe that if her and her family has lawyered up, I believe that's the angle they're going to try to go for, because to keep her out of jail, they'd rather her be locked up in a mental institute than to go to jail, right? So,
Probably.
but I'm just saying, because I know sometimes we use mental illness as an excuse for bad behavior. Because it's alleged that most of the time when women do things like this, they do it for a man, something crazy. And it's alleged that it was for the ex-boyfriend or the boyfriend that, had slept, he ended up sleeping with a scripper. He ended up sleeping with a scripper. She got into it with the scripper, and they had some choice words. And then now she wants to get back at him by trying to get his attention to doing something that's crazy. She didn't think it through. She didn't plan the whole thing out, and she thought just because she's so privileged, because she come from a wealthy family, from what I'm hearing, she come from privilege. She's educated, right? She was in nursing school. She was failing out of nursing school, from what I'm hearing. She was stealing at the job, which I heard she was about to get fired. She was stealing money. Because you literally look up how to steal money out of cash register and get away with it. Like, that is something that you meticulously plot and plan to do. You doing research on stuff. You're literally researching the movie Taken. You like literally you doing these type of things. So for me, that's I'm not going at this moment. I'm not going to say I don't want her to use the mental illness as a get out of free jail card. I do believe she absolutely needs to be held accountable for it. But it again, it goes to a point of, I think, for her privilege, being a spoiled brat, probably thinking that she can do this and get away with it, a very manipulative mindset, calculating. That takes the mind of for somebody to do that. Yeah, but the press conference, the guy did say that she also looked up some other things that led them to believe the type of mindset she was in. Now, what that mindset is, I don't know. It could be a mental illness and it could not be. I just don't want that to be used as a scapegoat if that's not the situation. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times that get used as a scapegoat for people to not go to jail when they should be held accountable if they break the law, and they should have some jail time. I'm just saying. But the tangled web that she weaves is constantly getting entangled because she's deceived. She deceived us all. This woman had people praying for Crime Stoppers, raised over $64,000. Now they returning the money back to the people that donated. Celebrities was tweeting about her like she had the whole world fooled. If this is true, that she conjured this up, she had. But this is the one time when we all came together as a people to say, this is one black woman we not gonna let fall under the radar, not get no media shine, and this is what happened.
Yeah,
It's crazy. It's crazy.
definitely.
So it's highly disappointing. Do we all take a L? No, because we all did the right thing. There was people praying for her, raising money, people going out there searching for her, making phone calls, like all type of stuff. One of the parents of a child, abducted child, was out there helping search for her.
Yeah.
Like that. And when you look at the resources and the manpower that was put into looking for her for those 2 days that she became missing, there's 2 days of resources and manpower that was taken away from other crimes that was being committed that day. I don't know if y'all know that that's how it works in a system with the law. Like the resources, the manpower, and the money, the funding that it took to look for that girl got taken away from somebody else that had a crime committed against them that day. That's
Patrice.
literally how it works.
Patrice.
So yeah, it's disappointing.
Patrice.
Yes, sir.
Patrice. All right,
Yes,
we got Vaughn got to go, so I'm gonna let him get his last words in, and then you get your last words in. Or are you done?
Oh yeah, I'm done. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take so long. It's just that it's so disappointing. It's just disappointing.
I know. So I just that's what I was telling you. I was gonna let Vaughn say his last words. If you want to continue, you can let him continue after he gets done. It's up to you.
Yeah.
What you want to do.
Okay. I'm sorry, Vaughn. Go ahead, brother.
No, that's okay. That's okay. But very good conversation today. The whole Jamal Bryant thing, it's very unnerving, and he has to answer for himself, but when it all boils down to it, I think that the church should reach out to whoever needs reaching. You know what I'm saying? So we shouldn't have respect of person in that regard, But then again, how do you preach to a community of people that is just so willing to reject, the truth? And and when we look at our society, we've grown more and more perverse as we have, gone along. You know what I'm saying? And I don't believe God is pleased with a lot of the stuff that we're doing. Flamboyantly in His face. You know what I'm saying? When He says that I come to give you life and that more abundantly, and so I don't know. Sometimes I think we just kind of spit on the things that God desires for us, and we overlook it. But I want to leave you with this scripture because I would hope that when Brother Jamal Bryant goes to that conference and he gets up and speaks in front of everybody, that he would bring out this point. It's found in Romans, 1st chapter. You can read down a little bit, and it says, "For this cause God gave them up to vile affections. For even their women did change the natural use into which is against nature. And likewise, also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men, working that which is unseemingly, and receiving in themselves that
big brother. Thank you.
that their error was correct. So, these are some hard sayings in the word. You know what I'm saying? And these are the things that we should share with people. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's put the truth out there, and then let the individual determine whether or not they want to receive it or reject it. You know what I'm saying? But by all means, let's not play the candy man like the brother said earlier. You see what I'm saying? You see, let's not give them Skittles and all of that. Let's give the people the unadulterated truth. And so, with that being said, man, appreciate the opportunity again. And, God bless everyone. And I look forward to the next time.
Probably be Sunday, brother. Probably be Sunday. Looking forward to
yes,
having
sir. Yes, sir.
All right, Brother Vaughn.
All right. Peace.
Thank you, brother.
Peace.
Right. That was Brother Vaughn. You can check. Anderson say yes.
Anderson said what?
Yeah, I put a question in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Vaughn and Jamal are related? Put a 1 for yes. And put a 2 for no.
They just won't stop. Y'all leave my brother Vaughn
I was just
Bryant
about to
alone.
hop off. I was just about to hit the red X, and
let me put this up.
And now I see y'all are clowning.
let me see this up. See now.
No relation. No relation.
There you go, Brother Anderson. See, it says very small relation. I mean, no relation to Jamal, right? Shout out to Vaughn, man. All right, girl, it's just me and you. Once again.
Yeah, bro. I'm sorry I went on a little tantrum there.
No, it's all right. I had to interrupt because he was telling me.
And I understand. I totally understand. I can be long-winded too. So just cut me off. And I have no problem with that. But I get on my soapbox, and stuff like that really, really bothers me because this is one time, like, honestly, number one, I am glad she's home and I'm glad she's safe.
Right.
That's number one. That's first. But man, just to even know that this story could possibly be a farce is wow. Yeah, it's disappointing, the fact that she had to create the farce, not the fact that not that I'm glad that because I don't wish she did get kidnapped. I'm just saying that just
she
to
was
know
in a place where she
was in a place where she had to make this up, and not probably never imagining that it'll get as big as it has gotten. But see, that's the power of social media right now, and we exercise that power, right? And we exercised it. I would really say this is one time I was proud of, especially us Black content creators, Black community that's on social media, from tweets to Twitter to Facebook to TikTok to YouTube to every Instagram. It was everywhere till it got all the way up to, like I said, some celebrities was even tweeting about it and TikToking about it. That was a time when we said we want to make this one Black woman be recognized and make it to mainstream media, because so many of our young Black girls and Black women go missing here in America to all kinds of human trafficking, sex trafficking, it's real, you know what I mean? And so to know that, that this is what this is starting to look like is just very highly, highly disappointing. In a sense, you almost want it to be false, because you want it to be where it did happen to her and she did get lucky to get away, more so than you made this all up, sis, and for what? You know what I mean? If that make any sense in what I'm saying. But yeah, it's steady unfolding. Maybe we can recap on it as more developments come forward. I've been keeping a close eye on it. Man, the press conference was like a napalm dropped, like napalm, with just all of the stuff he said some more stuff that I done forgot that he said, that the total, they just saying they want her to answer these questions. Why? And this was either the day before or the day of the alleged abduction, that she did all these things on her phone and at work. So
yeah,
it's just a lot of nefarious things that's coming out now. So, but yeah, brother, thank you again. Appreciate it. Good conversation. Definitely. I appreciate your channel so much, because I like the fact that we ain't over here joking and playing and doing a lot of stuff for entertainment. Do we have fun and be entertained sometimes? Absolutely. We laugh and talk over here, but we need to realize that it's a lot of things going on, in our community that we need to stay abreast of things and stay on top of. So I appreciate your channel for bringing a lot of things to light and trying to educate people and actually giving solutions, giving the solutions. At the end of the day, it's people's choice to decide what they want to do with whatever, suggestions and solutions we say that, that this can solve this or help this or that. But at the end of the day, it's to each one's discretion as to how they want to implement that in their lives. You know what I mean? So
yes,
again, I want to say no shade to no one from the LGBTQIA community. I really wish someone would have come up on the panel from that community to have the conversation. But I understand when they have tried to have it with us, it went left. So I
yeah,
get that too. I get that too.
yeah.
So and I understand, but sometimes you just talk to the wrong people about for the right reasons. But it is what it is. It's unfortunate. And the whole situation with the Charleston, yeah, he just needed. I wish he go away. I
Man,
wish
I
he.
do
I
too,
wish he. I wish
man.
he. I wish he go have several seats. That's what I wish. Like have a bunch of seats, like way
Yeah,
far away in a far land.
yeah,
You know.
man. Oh my
So
God, man.
yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
But
That
that's
was
it, bro. Thank you. I appreciate you, and I love you,
you
and
too. Love
thank
you too,
you.
girl.
Thank you for your channel and all you do over here. That's why I rock with you. This
Thank you for
always be
rocking
my
with me.
home until you tell me it ain't no more. You
That ain't never
you
gonna happen.
you catch it.
Never gonna
You might
happen.
you might turn on me, and say, "Hey, Caprice, I don't
You
want you
crazy
over
girl.
here no more, OG, because you too silly sometimes."
I got Nathan coming over here. I can't. You over there,
Oh my
Nathan?
God, I'm so
I
scared.
got
I'm so
Nathan. I
scared.
got new friend now.
Listen, bro, I done had people threaten to do another video on me, threaten to beat me up, I just wonder what these people think I'm gonna do while they doing that. Just
Wait a minute.
let
Hold
them
on.
do it. Just do nothing and let them do it.
Hey,
Like,
I'm your brother.
like,
I'm your brother. Don't tell me
come
about
on
people
now.
that kind of threatening to beat you up now. Now, because
Oh
now
man, I got threatened. I
I'm
got threatened.
gonna ask you about
If
that
I
one.
ever see you, I'ma beat your MFing. I swear to God. I was like, and what you think I'm gonna do while you doing that? Just stand there and let you do it?
Make you into some Swiss
like,
cheese.
like what we doing? Honestly, I can't believe that people get that mad. They get that mad at you because you expose something that somebody else is doing. But anyway, that's a whole other story.
That's a whole other story.
But bro, listen, I listen. People are just somehow people are unbelievable. But anyway, thank you again. Love you, and
Thank you.
yeah,
Love you
go
too.
be with your family. Give all my love to your wife and your grandbaby.
Thank you. Appreciate
Hug them when you get home and tell them how
you.
much you love and appreciate them. Tomorrow's not promised, brother. So I love you.
Love
And
you
I will
too,
talk to
sis.
you soon. All right.
Thank you for always coming up here contributing. Let me say this before you leave. Thank you for always coming up here and contributing. I know sometimes you might come up here and say, "Oh, I'm just saying my little piece here and there," but your little piece adds. See, all these little pieces that we all doing, right? I put my little piece with your little piece, and Vaughn put his little piece with, and it all adds up, and the people can eat. They can have a meal.
Yeah.
And eat a lot of different things at the same time, and they can take as much as they want, and they can come back and warm it up and eat some more. You know what I'm saying? So without you, we wouldn't be as prolific as we are right now. So I thank you, sis, for taking your time, because you ain't getting paid. You ain't nobody, none of us are getting paid out here. So I appreciate you.
But it's going on my tab, which is huge. I really wish you'd
Yeah.
gone and mailed a check already.
Yeah. Hey, you want to pick up your? I put some chips.
Wait.
I took some chips to the casino.
Right. You'll gladly pay me Tuesday, right?
Yeah, I'll pay you Tuesday for your commentary today, Patrice. I love you, girl, so much. Thank
love
you so
back.
much. Here.
You're welcome, bro.
Hopefully you can be with us on Sunday too, if you can. I mean, I know you're busy and doing things, but if you can, I'd like to have you.
Yes, you know, I'm doing the play again. We're doing some crazy rehearsals, but if I can jump on Sunday, I most definitely will do that.
Yeah, definitely. All right, girl. I'll see you later. All right.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. All right, that's OG Patrice, y'all. Man, that's my sister right there. I had to fall back, y'all, because she's talking about somebody threatening to do something to her physically. I had to fall back, y'all, because I was like, what? And I had to say, okay, wait a minute, let me fall back. Let me fall back. But if she tell me something that somebody we need to have a conversation about, we need to make some moves, then let's do that. I can reach out to almost just about any major city out here. So, but anyway, what y'all think about the show? What y'all think? Were we offensive? Did we approach this LGBT situation offensively? I don't think we approached it offensively. Were we offensive to the church? Were we offensive to Jamal Bryant? Were we offensive to Earl Carter? Were we offensive to anyone? I don't think we approached it in an offensive way, right? I think we just approached it from the reality. The reality is this is the more common understanding of how the church views that. If you were to ask 10 men, 8 of them will probably answer like Earl Carter. If now in front of a camera, they probably wouldn't be as vigorous, but if you just talking to one-on-one, they probably would get those same kind of answers, right? So that's what we wanted to show. The difference between the church and the Earl Carter part of the church, right? The brimstone, fire and brimstoners, and the progressives like Jamal Bryant, right? Where's the line? Who's too far over on what side of the line? That's for you to decide. We just brought you the information. We just showed it to you what it was, right? You go and check it out for yourself. Then we brought up our old classic idiot, Charleston White. He teamed up with a new idiot, the dynamic dunce duo of Jesse Lee Peterson and Charleston White, and both of them are saying that slavery was a good thing. Charleston White actually said it. And of course, Jesse Lee Peterson, the closeted homosexual preacher, has said that he was co-signing the situation, right? Okay, I mean, first of all, just the silliness in that of itself is just ridiculousness, man. Slavery was not a good situation, right? Involves kidnapping, brutality, rape, murder, a lot of things I shouldn't have just said there, but I said it. So molestation, all these different things happened through slavery, right? And it was sanctioned and okayed by the government, right? The American government kind of just looked the other way. So, they said, hey, y'all paying these taxes, that cotton gin paying out, y'all getting money with these cotton gins and paying these taxes, cool. We'll just look the other way, right? But it came to a point where they couldn't look the other way because the South was getting ready to go off. They were going to start printing their own money and backing it with gold. Cotton gin was the crack of the civil of the 1800s. It was easy money. So it was money on top of money on top of money, the cotton gin. So therefore, the South was getting rich, and they was like, hey, we're going to break away. We don't want to pay you no taxes, and then you going talking about abolitionists? Nah, man. We're going to get our own money. And they was about to do it, too. So Abraham Lincoln had to push the issue. He had to push the issue. He said, nah, we're going to go ahead and mount up on y'all. And so everybody thought, hey, Abraham Lincoln was this is what they was teaching when I was in school. Now they're probably not teaching it as much because you got access to more information. But back when I was in school, like 4th grade, 5th grade, they was teaching that Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. Yay, Abraham Lincoln. He was a good dude. He freed the slaves. What they did not tell us is he didn't free the slaves out of the kindness of his heart or the fact that he saw that it was a wrong thing to have for a human being to own another human being. What he did, they didn't tell us that Abraham Lincoln released the slaves to destabilize the economy in the South. Therefore, destabilizing their economy, therefore they wouldn't even have the money to break away and unionize and get together and walk away from the United States of America. So that's the whole reason why that was done. But they told us that Abraham Lincoln was this, great guy that, freed the slaves based on having a sit down with Frederick Douglass and all of this stuff, man. Anyway, and you saw what happened to Abraham Lincoln, right? You saw what happened to him, right? Because he was talking he was trying to hold back on some money from the South for the Reconstruction, and holy smokes, man, they let him have it. Anyway, so here we are, y'all. Here we are. So we talked about all this stuff. What do y'all think? Did we hit it? Did we hit the mark? You know what I mean? Jesse D. Peterson, I don't have no problem with him being gay, but stop talking about gay people like you ain't gay. I hate pastors like that, preachers like that. Just be gay. And then decide, hey, I'm going to preach, I'm not going to preach. Right? If you're going to preach and you say, hey, I'm struggling with this, maybe you need to sit down for a minute until you get that together. Right? Just like a man out there, just like, what's his name? Fred Price Jr., right? He had a little situation, man. He sat down for about a year. Then he came back stronger than ever, right? Got that situation together, came back stronger than ever, right? Nobody even asked no questions. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. All right, y'all. So we're gonna be on out of here, man. We're gonna come back on Sunday. I think Saturday I'm gonna take my wife to the movies. I think the baby's gonna go be with her mother for a little while, so I might take the wife to the movies. Might go see something. Last time I took her to the movie, man, she fell asleep halfway through. I looked over her. I said, "You see that?" She was knocked out. I said, woke her up when the movie was over and said, "Hey, slept through the movie." I was watching it. I said, "Okay." You know how they do. You know how they do, Vaughn, right? I was awake. Right. Okay. Yeah, you was awake. Okay. I'm sitting here watching. I just ate all your popcorn, but you was awake. Okay. and Risa, by the way, Risa, I was on the porch. Ask Sister Annie. I stayed on the porch. I was over at Black Man Unfiltered. I was over on Shushu and Mandrell. I stayed on the porch. I was just in the chat. I didn't get off the porch. I went to the edge, Risa. I went all the way to the edge, right at the edge, right where the banister connects to that last step. I was just kind of leaning over. I didn't go off the porch though. I didn't go off the porch. As a matter of fact, I was over there with Vaughn. Vaughn was with me. We both was leaning over the banister, right? Leaned over a little bit. I was leaning a little farther than Vaughn, right? But but we stayed on the porch. We didn't, and I got invited to that show. I was invited. I'm glad I didn't go, man. I'm glad I didn't. I was late. The only reason why I didn't get on that panel is because I was late. I got there late, so he didn't have room for me no more. But I was late. I was invited. He sent me the link and everything, but not the link, but he sent me an invite. And by the time I sent the invite back, it was too late for him to send me the link. He already had a bunch of people up there. But holy smokes, did you see? The one content creator went bananas. He went ballistic. I said, holy smokes. I never saw this side of this man. I never saw this side of this man. But, like I say, man, people are a certain way until they get pushed, you know what I mean? But anyway, Okay, y'all. So let's get on out of here, man. Let's do the rundown. Let's get out of here, y'all. I don't want to bring that one because that was an ugly situation, wasn't it, Vaughn? That was a very ugly situation, man. Holy smokes. I was like, what happened? The dude just went off, right? Remember shout out to rest in peace Biz Markie, man. Biz Markie had a song on his first album. The Bismarck is a going off. The Bismarck is a going off. Right? He was going off like Biz Markie. Y'all too young. Y'all don't know about Biz Markie, man. Y'all don't know about the Juice Crew and Biz Markie and all of that. Y'all don't know nothing about that. All right, y'all. So let's do the rundown, man. Everybody did a great job today in the chat. Chat is where it's at. The chat is where it's at. We had everybody in the chat did a great job, man. Shout out to everybody who showed up today. Appreciate all of y'all, man. I'd rather have y'all 8 strong than 800 that don't, that really are confused about what we're talking about or not getting anything out of it or just wanting to fuss with us. We ain't trying to fuss with nobody. We ain't trying to argue with nobody. We can have a disagreements and talk about the disagreement, discuss the disagreement, points of disagreements. But man, Black people, this is one thing you got to understand, Black people. Just because somebody disagrees with you doesn't mean they're trying to show you disrespect. I see that so much in Black people, man. It's just ridiculous. I mean, it's people like I saw it yesterday, man. I'm like, man, I was like, and then I saw it the day before Tuesday when I was invited somewhere, and just because a brother was had a difference of opinion, the other brother went crazy, man. I was just like, what? So that is stopping us from being able to work together, right? Because we and I told y'all before, this is why white kids do better on standardized testing. It's not because they're more intelligent. It's not. I'm going to tell you why they do much better on standardized testing. Because Black people tell their children, don't ask me questions. Whereas white people let the children's innate curiosity grow. They don't tell them, don't ask me questions. They may say, well, hold on, let me finish what I'm doing first, and then I'll answer your question. But we as Black people, what we do, because we take their questioning as disrespect, right? You tell the child, hey, you tell the child, hey, put this meat in the freezer. Child say, hey, this meat look like it's bad. Boy, don't tell me nothing about what's bad. I know what I'm doing. Put that meat in the freezer. They can't even question us, right? But the white kids, they can question. Hey, Pops, why are we washing the car now? It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Cause, son, it's gonna get to 103 degrees today. You want to wash it now while it's 70 degrees, or you want to wash it when it's 103 degrees? Oh, that makes sense. See, they let them ask questions. But because we're so insecure as people, as a group, we're so insecure as a group, we take every question that a person asks us as disrespect. Excuse me. Every question that a Black person asks us as disrespect. When white people question us, we don't take it as disrespect. We take it as, oh, they're just trying to get information. But when another Black person asks us a question, what? I told you I wanted 2 ketchups, right? We just, and this is, those are extreme examples, but what we doing is we put our children in a box mentally. Mentally, we put them in a box. So when they go to school, they don't ask questions there because they don't want to feel like they're disrespecting the teacher. It's a crazy thing we're doing to our children. We literally taking them out. We taking them out the school system before the school system even have them. And then when the school system have them and they get twisted being in the school system, then we get mad and try to blame it on the school system. You ain't going to the school meetings. You ain't going to the PTA meetings. You ain't going to the vote on the curriculum. You ain't going to vote on to who they should hire as an administrators, but you complaining. That kills me. Same thing with these dudes about the child support, right? They complain, oh, the child family court is made for the woman, right? But the women are the ones going to vote and voting these judges in. Of course, the judges are going to be more sympathetic to them. They're the ones voting. Until you as men get in more mass and start voting more, of course the family court, they're going to be sympathetic. I told you all, man, American politics is a quid pro quo system. It's a quid pro quo system, right? You have to satisfy or do something for the people that voted you in, right? Or the people that contribute to your campaign. It's a quid pro quo system. The women are the ones voting. They're going to get the most sympathy. It is what it is. Shout out to Quickly Drinking. If you haven't already subscribed to Quickly Drinking, get on over there and check out Arshawn and Yella and the crew over there. Quickly Drinking says, was lurking. Great point on the sifting of curiosity, descent of children. I might just hit that like button. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. And I always like your perspective. Perspective, Arshawn. I always like you guys' perspective because it's never just like mine. It's always a different angle. So I always like that, man. So, feel free if I'm talking about something and you think you guys can hit it a little better, get in a little deeper into it, please feel free, man, because I watch you a lot. And and I would like to see how you guys will hit some of these topics. Anyway, shout out to Arshawn and the crew over there at Quickly Drinking. But our children, man, are suffering because we got this type of, and then it's coming out in us as grownups, right? I saw this in the man the other day. I saw this in a man where he looked like he was real put together, and then just because somebody had a difference of opinion, he snapped. He turned into a Tasmanian devil. I said, damn. I said, man, you gonna snap like that? Just because the brother didn't agree with you? He don't agree with me, so we got now I gotta go at him, I gotta call him a bitch and call him, BAS and BAN and all this, man, I'm like, what? I should say, well, he got one for Vaughn and Jamal being related. Hey, Arshawn, Vaughn keeps saying they're not related, but the jury's still out. The jury's still out on that one, man. We don't know yet. What we do know is that Vaughn don't act like Jamal, but I don't know if they ain't related. We gotta see. We gotta see. The jury's still out on that one, man. But yeah, man. So that's what I want to hit on, y'all. We got to be open to the fact that, it's just opinions. We're just sharing our opinions, right? Just because somebody don't agree with my opinion doesn't mean they hate me and they want to fight me, right? I went to another spot and I acknowledged this person. I said, oh, man, I'm sorry to hear about this situation that happened to you, right? But that person didn't even say, oh, thank you, I appreciate it. Why? Because that person got something against me, right? I had that happen to me a lot, right? This person got something against me. I didn't even do anything to them except disagree with them on something, right? But they got something against me where they can't acknowledge me because they, but see, this is the kind of thing that we keep us, so it keeps us separated. We can't never come to anything, right? I knew this person didn't have, wasn't feeling me, but when they put out their personal story, I said, oh man, I understand why, a little bit better why you like the way you are, right? That makes more sense. But I said, hey man, sorry to hear about that, through the chat. I said, sorry to hear about that, that all these different, because there was some pretty bad stuff that happened to the brother. But the brother didn't even say, hey brother, appreciate that, nothing, right? Why? Because he got something against me. And I ain't even never met this cat. I ain't never did nothing but disagree with him on another panel. And he's still holding on to that. These cats be still holding on to that stuff, man. But they like, I'm for the community, right? But how? How can you be for the community? You still holding on to the petty stuff. How can we build anything? We can't even put a hammer in your hand because you holding on to this stuff. You holding on to this stuff. And we holding on to this stuff. Even myself, I had to look at myself. Like I was involved in that. And I said, man, I can't. I'm gonna show you. Not that I'm perfect. No, I'm not. I'm always thinking, what if I'm wrong? That's what I'm always thinking in my head. What if I'm the wrong one? What if somebody come up here and say something and I just didn't know, or I was ignorant, or I just didn't know, or they just gave me some new information, or I just didn't know. My calculations was based on what I knew at the time. Now somebody bring me some information. Now I got to do I got to recalibrate, right? I should say, they're just opinions. Even if we're offering provable facts, nobody can make you accept. There you go, Arshawn. Nobody can make you accept anything, right? Relax. I wonder how confident women can feel when they see men being disrespectful over nothing. Yeah, see, me and him on the same page with that. It just don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. Here's people, you ain't never even met them. All they did was disagree with you. I think we should go right. I think we should go left. What? I told you we should go right. I know, but I just think we should go left. What? Wait till your father get home. What? It comes back on here, right? Or just say, how could they expect us to treat them or kids any better? Yeah. Man, there was one dude on this panel, man. He said he mentored kids. He fell apart like a card table, man. He fell apart like remember that old thing where you could build like a ship out of popsicle sticks? He fell apart like one of the little ships that when they fall on the floor, hit the ground and all the popsicle sticks go all over the place. I said, man. You mentoring kids? Oh, shit. I said, man, bruh. I hope ain't none of them watching now, right? And I mean, he's a good-hearted brother, man, but I'm saying, man, that display was, like you said, how are women going to come to look at us and say, hey, I need some leadership in this area here. Can well, you want me to follow you? Okay, well, you got to show me something that's worthy of following. Nobody's going to follow you or submit to you. People only submit to superior knowledge and superior teaching. They don't submit to substandard. They don't submit to inferior. Only an idiot would submit to inferior behavior and understanding. Only an idiot would do that, right? Nobody's going to submit to inferior information. They're going to submit to superior information, superior discipline, superior behavior. That's what they're going to submit to. They're not going to submit to. And so we got to, yeah, man. I mean, man, it was sad. And I'm not talking about him personally. I don't know, but I'm just saying that display was really bad, man. That display was really bad, and I hope the brother looks at that and says, man, I got to do better. I really got to do better. And other brothers look at that and say, man, what can I learn from that, right? Because I was looking at that saying, whoo, you know what? God is good, because I got there late because I was doing something. And so I got there late. I know I was looking at my house taxes. I was seeing how much I owe on my house taxes. And I was like, oh, man. And it took me a while to do that. And so I got there late. But I was supposed to do that. I was supposed to not get on that show because I'm glad I didn't. See, that's the only thing about Black Man Show, man. They can get nasty like that, right? Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered, but they can get ugly, man. They can get ugly. But yeah, man. But we gotta learn from that, man. We gotta be better as men. We gotta be better if we look, because I think most women are looking for men to be men. They're looking for men to be sensible and under control and level-headed at most of the time, right? Unless some major situation happens, they're looking for you to be level-headed, right? And just because somebody disagree with you, I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen if somebody disagree with you? So they disagree with you, especially on the internet. All you got to do is click that little X. Boop, I'm gone, right? That's it. But I'm trying to tell you, man, some of these people, man, they're very damaged internally. They look nice, right? They got nice clothes on. They got a nice haircut. They look good and everything. But in reality, they're very hurt inside people, man. They're very hurt. And there's nothing wrong with being hurt. There's nothing wrong with being hurt. That's what I'm trying to get across. Nothing wrong with being hurt, man. If you hurt and you've been traumatized, there's nothing wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? Just deal with it and let's move on, right? Let's move on. We've all been traumatized in some way. You know what I'm saying? We all don't have the same issues, but we all been traumatized some type of way. We all had things happen to us that we weren't expecting to happen, right? That wasn't of good, right? But just the internet, man. You can just click and go. There you go, Rashad. Just hit that X and you gone, man. You be doing something else 5 minutes later, right? Anyway, let's try to have patience. Those of y'all that's here, let's try to be patient with our people, because our people, man, are under a spell, man. They're spellbound. They're under witchcraft right now. They're under enchantment, right? Where they can't seem to get out of their own way. And every step they take, one step forward, they take 10 backwards. And then some of us fall in line with the buffoonery, and we say, yeah, slavery was a good thing, right? And then that kind of person will get a big, huge following, and this Pied Piper will lead everybody else down the hell with him, right? And that's my issue with Charleston. That's my issue with Jesse Lee Peterson. And these people, man, that's leading our people. They're leading people that actually listen to them and think they are a good source of information because they say these controversial things, and they're leading them down the hill. And then when they get stuck in the river, Charleston's gonna be gone down the river. He's gonna be gone. They're gonna be stuck in there, and the alligator's gonna be coming to get them. And then where's Charleston gonna be? The information Charleston gave you was faulty, so you ain't gonna be able to pull on that rope to pull out of the river. Now what? Come get the truth from here. Come here and get the truth. Go to Quickly Drinking and get the truth. Go to some of these other little platforms. Go get the truth. We may not have these big, huge followings, man. But one thing you're going to see is we was consistent, and we tried to tell y'all the truth, man. We tried to give y'all as much good information as we could, man. So y'all just stick with us. Stick with us, man. We just trying to give y'all the right information because, I know they said, hey, Clarence, YouTube sent me a thing about 2 months ago. Hey, Clarence, you can be on the monetized thing now. I still haven't done that, right? Because we ain't here for the money. I need to do it. Don't get me wrong. I need to do it. But I mean, it's not so much about the money. It's not about the money. Yes, I would like to get, have it to where, I can at least take care of people like Patrice and Vaughn and Rico and any of the people that come over here and that contribute, right? They come out of their own time. We come out of our own time and pocket and everything to do this. And it's just a love for the people, right? It's a love for y'all. And so I would like to do that. But I ain't tripping. You know what I mean? I ain't tripping. You know what I mean? I ain't tripping on, I'm gonna get money. I'm gonna be like the lead attorney. I'm gonna do a live stream. I'm gonna get $3,000 or $4,000 live stream. I ain't looking to do that. I know that's not going to happen with me. I'm basically trying to promote a program of trying to get these young men to see things from a different lens. That's what I'm trying to do, right? That's all we trying to do. But we discuss these other things. But if we can help our people see things from a different lens, that's all we trying to do, man. That's all we trying to do. But the lessons for today is patience. Patience. We got to be patient and humility. Patience and humility. We got to be humble enough to say, maybe I'm the wrong one. Maybe I'm wrong. It's possible that I'm wrong. And just because somebody got a different opinion than me, that doesn't mean they hate me. That doesn't mean they got a problem with me. That just means they don't see it the way I see it. Right? But black people like, oh no, it's 100. Either you with me 100% or you not with me at all, right? No, that don't mean that. That don't mean that, right? Anyway, let me close up, y'all. Let me close up. All right, let's see. We're gonna come back on Sunday, right? That's the big show, right? Black History Minute, Saving Black Boys, Jobs, the Hit Parade, and a couple other things, and then we get right to work, y'all. We get right to work. We still waiting on this thing for Polite, right? Polite's gonna go back to trial, and I think goes back in September, right? We're gonna come back after. We still gonna do that thing with Polite. We gotta let him go back to trial, and not to trial, excuse me, back to his hearings, and then we're gonna see if he's gonna plead. Which, if he's got half of a brain in his head, if he's got a quarter of a brain in his head, he is going to take that plea, right? He's going to take that plea. He's going to run out of there with that plea, right? He might be trying to do some other things before he actually gets convicted. That's why he keeps pushing it back. But he's going to get convicted. He's not going to be able to get away from that. He's not going to be able to get away from that. Good night. Good night. Thank you for stopping by, Brother Arshawn. Appreciate you, man. He's not going to get away with that. So that's it. But we're going to come back and do the thing on Polite when Polite comes back, and he's going to take that plea deal, and then we're going to talk about that. All right, y'all, let's do it. The chat's where it's at. The chat is where it's at. Everything is copacetic in the chat. When you have your enforcers there, you got Risa Neal there, and Emil stop by when she can. You know what I mean? So we got our people here that's going to keep this chat clean. Thank you. And Vaughn does a good job. Annie does a good job. Everybody in the chat does a good job. And everybody, even critically drinking, everybody does a good job in the chat, man. Shout out to the chat. And it's not that we don't want nobody to disagree with us. You can disagree with us. We just gonna be respectful to each other, and and that's all we ask, man. But some people, they don't want to be held to that standard, so they told me, hey, look, I can't come over there because you want me to be, you want me to follow some rules. I ain't gonna follow your rules. I said, okay, it's probably better you don't come over here then. I had to have that talk with at least about 3 or 4 people, right? But it is what it is. Show runs a lot better now, right? Show runs a lot better now. Okay, the chat's where it's at. Great job in the chat. Very solid, very strong performance from everybody in the chat, man. Everybody did a great job in the chat. Shout out to everybody. Appreciate y'all, man. Y'all make this thing work. And even if we see just 2 of y'all there, man, you know what I'm saying? Hey, we gather for the right reason. Where 2 or more gathered in my name, I'm also there, right? So we good. We good. We got 2, we got 200, we got 2,000, we got 20,000. Don't matter, man. We'll fall all the way back to just 2 people if we got to, right? Just hopefully, man, it's good when you do good things. And I'm gonna just tell you this last story, and then I'm gonna go to the chat. I'm gonna go to the panel. So I was at work the other day. I told y'all I used to be in training, right? I spent like 7 years in training, for training people for the city of Los Angeles, new hires for the city of Los Angeles, right? And so one of my trainees came up to me and said, hey, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. I said, hey, how you doing? She said, oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing this XYG job now. I said, oh, yeah, okay. I hadn't seen you in about 4 years. I was wondering what happened to you. She said, yeah, I had a baby, and then I went and did this and went and did that. I said, oh, okay. I said, well, you moving now. You moving and shaking now. She's in a good position, right? I said, yeah, you moving and shaking now. She said, yeah. She said, it's all because of you. I said, because of me? She said, yeah. She said, when you was teaching me stuff in training, the way you was talking, everything, it inspired me to go for it, to go for this and go and just keep moving up and keep moving up. You inspired me to do that. I said, what? She said, yeah. I said, well, I'm glad I said something that hopefully, it helped you, do this. She said, yeah, man, it just really inspired me, man. I thought about a lot of the things that you said when we were in training, and it really inspired me. I said, wow, this a white girl told me this. Shout out to her. Shout out to what's her name? Allie. Shout out to Allie. Right? She said, hey man, you helped me, man. Really. See, but I've had dudes do that. I had young brothers, man, come to me and say, hey, bro, appreciate you, man. Good looking out. I said, yeah, man, because you know I'm gonna come. If I hear a little bird tell me something about you, man, I'm coming to get you. He said, all right, OG, all right. I said, I'm coming to get you. But that's what we're doing this for. Not even for that. We're doing it to do it because it needs to be done. And that's what we got to get to, sense of duty. This has to be done. It's not, well, I'm gonna get an accolade for it. Or nobody didn't say my name, so I ain't bringing the potato salad no more. No, we need the potato salad. Whether they say your name or not, you did what you're supposed to do by God, right? What if God did us the same way? What if God said, well, you didn't pray today, so I'm no oxygen for you, right? No, but you get oxygen anyway. You get oxygen anyway, whether you act right or not. You get oxygen anyway. Why? Because that's his word. He put his word out there, and he's going to keep his word that this thing was going to be moving and shaking until the time when it's not. It's not that time now. So you got the time to get your act together, and I got time to get my act together. We all got time to get our act together. But we can't judge nobody. We can't judge nobody, y'all. Let's forget oh, well, this is the LGBT community. Let's don't judge them. Because I'm sure they could look at your life and say, hey, you ain't doing this right, right? So, only thing we could do is try to give them information that if they're seeking it, here's the information, right? But you don't take information and beat somebody down with it. Hey, bam, right? Like Bolo said, truth, if used wrong, it's a weapon, right? You don't want to use it the wrong way. When you use it the right way, use it with love, understanding, and respect, right? I respect people, man. Everybody didn't grow up like you. Everybody didn't have parents like you. Everybody didn't have understanding like you. Everybody didn't go through the experiences you went through. But we think everybody thinks like us. My son was telling me something the other day. He said, oh, yeah. I said, man, everybody don't think like you, partner. He said, oh, no, they ain't going to do it. I said, bruh, everybody don't think like you. You 27. Everybody don't think like you. Not hardly. Anyway, y'all, I'm gonna keep going on and on and on. Let me stop. All right, let me get into I just want us to judge our brothers and sisters. I don't want us to judge our brothers and sisters. Not the ones in the LGBT community, not the ones that's mixed race, what they call is mixed race, right? We do so much judging and separating, right? Judging other people because they got a different walk of faith. I mean, they have a different set of disciplines to their faith than you got a set of disciplines to your faith. And all of us are just students. We just trying to learn this thing to try to get it right. In the Nation of Islam, Mr. Farrakhan called everybody a student. Used to be minister so-and-so. Now it's student minister so-and-so. It used to be student mother. It used to be mother this person. Now it's student mother this person. Student captain so-and-so. Student lieutenant this. Right? We all students. Can't never forget that. Anyway, let's don't judge our brothers and sisters in no capacity. Let's understand for them. Let's give them the rod when they need the rod, but let's have some understanding for them, right? What's the rod? The rod is the standard by which things should be done, right? We're going to give them the rod. We're going to say, hey, brother, this is the standard. If you come and walk with us, this is what we expect out of you. If that's too much, I understand you're not walking with us. But we still going to have love and respect for you. well, we understand why you ain't gonna walk with us. We got it. Right. All right, y'all. Let's get to the panel. Who was on the panel today? Patrice. What about Patrice? What y'all think about Patrice today? She's good as usual. Shout out to Brother Sim. Sim, by the way. Sim said, at least I get here by the wrap up. See, I said, all right, man. Nah, man. Sim will watch on the replay and he'll catch little things and he'll send me something saying, hey, man, check, this was pretty funny, or this was this or this. Yeah, but shout out to Sim. If you really want to get your what do you call that, social media going, hit this brother up, man. Hit Sim up, man. Sim knows that game, man. Knows that game. But yeah, man. What was that? Oh, I was talking about Patrice. I'm gonna do this real fast. Patrice did her thing as usual. Came up here on the panel, and one of the major things I love about Patrice, well, her passion for everything, right? So that's why I got to see y'all see me when I sit back. When I see her on the roll, I say, okay, I know she finna go in, but we need to hear that. We need to hear that, right? So it's hard to stop her. But anyway, well, one of the things I like about Patrice is I can tell Patrice, hey, Patrice, I can cut in there and I know that Patrice ain't gonna take it. Like, I'm trying to just keep her quiet because sometimes, women would think, have a chip on their shoulder and they'll think, oh, well, I'm a woman, you trying to stop me from talking. But I know Patrice don't feel that way, right? And I could see that. And same thing, I don't think Sister Annie feel the same way. I think she feels exactly the same way as Patrice, right? You could talk, you can talk. And matter of fact, we need more women to come up here and talk and on the panels, because we need to see the other side. They showing us all of our women, all our sisters, and they showing them like looking like clowns. They just super sexualized, buffoons that are willing to do anything for money. They're superhuman prostitutes that are willing to do anything for money, right? Wig wearing, sailor mouthed buffoons that's willing, super sexualized buffoons that's willing to do anything. And so that's why I like Patrice and Annie coming over here and reasoning on it, because we get women like that over here, it kind of gives you the other side of it, so that we could say, when they say, well, there ain't no women, nah, don't say there ain't none, because we got them here. We got them right here. So we got them here. So you can never say this. So that's why probably a lot of them people don't come over here, because they know we can refute a lot of those talking points. Anyway, what do y'all think about Patrice today? Very solid as always. Very solid, very strong as always, right? And she gets passionate about everything, but that's what I love about her. Her passion for the things that she's passionate about, man. So I don't have no problem with that. I let it go on, man. I had to cut her because Vaughn today, but typically I'll let Patrice go on, man. She's the one person that I would just let go forever, right? Her or Sister Annie, I'll let both of them go. Anyway, but what do y'all think about Patrice? Very solid, very strong, very solid. Shout out to Patrice. Who else came up here today? Von Bryant. What about Von Bryant? Von Bryant, very nice job today. Very nice job. Very nice job. Very good. Von Bryant, man, definitely does his thing, man. He comes on, man. He swears he's not related to Jamal. We might have to do an ancestry.com on Vaughn, see what's going on with that. But he swears he's not related to Jamal. But we shall see. We know he don't act like Jamal. I can say that. I can definitely say that. He don't think like Jamal. But he I don't know, man. I don't know if we can look at ancestry.com and find that picture of Vaughn and Jamal at the barbecue sharing the chicken wing. I don't know. But shout out to Von Bryant, man. Excellent job. Very solid, as always. Very solid performance, as always. Very, very solid. One of the things I like about Vaughn is, man, I know Vaughn is very passionate about the church, but at the same time, he can be critically thinking about, the information that we're trying to get across, right? And, he's not like, oh my God, taking it, and, it's not that. It's just, hey, we trying to get, he knows it's for an ultimate message, man. Vaughn said, "Yeah, right." we have to get a DNA. We get an ancestry.com and see what's going on with Vaughn, man. Because I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, it's a good story, but I don't know, man. I don't know if it's gonna hold up underwater, man. I don't know. But shout out to Jamal Bryant, man. Very, very valuable, man. Just like Patrice, very valuable helper of mine, man. I wouldn't be able to have this show in the condition it's in without him or Patrice or Sister Annie or Rico or any of you guys in the chat. Any of you, it wouldn't be the same. Not one of you could be missing, and this thing would keep going straight. It wouldn't. So we got to have everybody, participate, at least if you can, right? I understand you got life, you can't be here every time and be here all 4 hours, right? But I mean, at least dip in, dip out, right? All right, y'all. So, but Vaughn, very strong performance, very solid, as always. And last but not least, what about Diamond Axe? Yeah, Diamond Axe is still in the bit. Yeah, Diamond Axe came through, and shout out to Diamond Axe. He did his thing as usual, man, and got a lot of good takes. You know what I'm saying? He said he's working on something, so we'll see what that something is, right? I guess sooner or later we'll see what that he will reveal that when he gets ready, right? But shout out to Diamond Axe, got a lot of good takes, man. Glad to have that brother on the on the panels. Hopefully he comes back, and he's been coming back. So shout out to Diamond Axe. Glad to have you in the building, brother. All right, very solid performance from Diamond. Very strong as always. Okay, y'all, that's it. But he ain't talking no more. That's it. Go home. I gotta go home, right? But I'm only about 5 minutes away. But I gotta go home, and you guys go home. Go to your family. Give you some homework. Go tell one of your family members. Go tell all of your family. Everybody that lives in the same house with you. Go tell them that you love them for no reason. Go tell them that you love them for no reason, right? Because we take for granted that we got these blessings around us, man. We got these people around us that can bless our lives, right? So anyway, go do that. All right, y'all. I'm out of here. We'll see y'all on Sunday. I might drop a pre-recorded, just like the Cheetahs one. Oh man, that thing blew up. I was like, damn, what happened? I used to get like about 100, maybe, but it got like over 1,000. I was like, whew, okay, well that's pretty good. Anyway, y'all, we will see y'all on Sunday. Peace.